Manhood today is going to cost you $1 million. No, I am not being hyperbolic, and no, I am not exaggerating. That's how much manhood today is going to cost you in the new environment. I say new environment, but it's just the environment in which we live here. And that's what it's going to be. Well, to go ahead and start off tonight, and let me just tell you right now, this is going to be a class tonight. It is going to be a class tonight, so there are going to be a lot of slides and graphics here. Fidelity. Let's go ahead and start with some financial experts here. And for those of you who are under the age of 40, if you haven't gotten ready for sticker shock, here it comes, straight no chaser. Fidelity. We all know the financial company Fidelity. So the age-based milestones you can use to track your progress. We're talking about if you want to retire. And what they say is by the age of 30 in your retirement savings, you should have 1 times your income. You should have a full year's income. 1 time your income. By the age of 40, 3 times your yearly income should be in savings. By the age of 50, you should have 6 times your income in your savings. And by the age of 60, you should have 8 times your yearly income in savings. And then they show you this. And by the way, this is as of the second quarter of 2023. This information here just came out a couple of weeks ago. But as of the second quarter of 2023, they say here, not quite there yet. Well, you're not alone. In fact, here's how much Americans actually have saved for retirement by these age stratas that you see here on your screen. I'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit more so you can go ahead and see that. In your 20s, the average, now average of course is a bit skewed because when you include averages include people like Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg who make gargantuan amounts more than the rest of the population. So averages when it comes to adding up income in a nation gets highly skewed, which is why we usually go by median and not average. But they have done us the courtesy of giving us both the average and the median. In your 20s, the average 401k balances in the U.S. in your 20s, $14,000 on average, but the median means if we took the very poorest person in America and then the very richest person in America and lined up everybody else in the population in between, the person in the middle would be the median. So we consider that to be a more reliable indicator of where the true middle of a society is. Well, the median in your 20s to have your 401k is $5,400. Welcome to the new norm. In your 30s, the average, remember this includes multimillionaires and multi-billionaires. This includes Elon Musk. In your 30s, $48,000. But the median is $18,000. In your 40s, it's $110,000 is the average 401k balance, but the median is $35,000. And in your 50s, remember in your 50s, you're supposed to have 6 times your income in there. The average is $189,000. The median is $57,000. Not even double what it was in their 40s. And please keep in mind that this says up here by age 60. They don't even give an age 60 down here. They just stop at 50. I guess they assume the race is already over. The race is already over by that point. To the young people listening in here today, I'm talking about for those of you in your 30s and 20s, I know this might seem a little dry and academic. It might not seem as entertaining as you might like to hear from other YouTube channels, but this is essential. This is essential and critical because this is your future that we're talking about here and whether or not you're actually going to have one. Have quite a number of things I want to go over here. Because you haven't been given the whole story. You haven't been told what the whole story is. And without that, you don't know what you're supposed to be doing. And you don't know where you're going. I want to give you some idea here now. I want to give you some idea of exactly what these numbers really look like in the real world. Let's go ahead and take a look at Vanguard. For those of you who are familiar with the Vanguard company? Well, this is some of their data. According to Vanguard's 2022 data, here's the average 401k balance. This is according to Vanguard. Under 25, $5,236. Ages 25 to 34, $30,000. 35 to 44, $76,000. 45 to 54, $142,000. 55 to 64, $207,000. 65 and older, that's 65 to dead, $232,000. Please remember what you're supposed to have. Please remember what you are supposed to have in there. Just remember that. What you're supposed to have. Median 401k balance by age. Once again, according to Vanguard, under 25, $1,900. This is the median now, not the average. Median. This was the average, which includes Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Warren Buffett. This includes them when you include average. But that could they skew these numbers because you have to include their income. But when you go by median, take a look at how the numbers work out when we choose the median. Under the age of 25, $1,948. 25 to 34, $11,000. Remember, the average up here was 30. 35 to 44, $28,000. Take a look at that difference. 45 to 54, $48,000. 55 to 64, $71,000. 65 and older, $70,620. 70,620. That's about the time you get to the finish line. Those are Vanguard's numbers as of last year. Want to guess what this year's numbers will be? While you have all this talk around out here about whether or not you're going to get respected as a man, I want you to be aware of what the numbers actually are. Let me go ahead and review that one more time here. Let me go ahead and show that to you here one more time. This is the average. These are the average 401k balances according to Vanguard. The average. By the time you get to 45 years old, 142,000, 55, 207,000, 65, 232,000. But the median 45 is 48,000. 55 to 64, 71,000. 65 and older, that's end of the game, retirement, 70,000. And then you start hearing them say what you need to do. Then your heart start hearing them tell you what you need to do. I have a number of calculators that I've gone over here today. And they're sitting up here telling you need to put away 10% of your income, 12%. You need to think about that for a few moments here. To get their employer 401k match, employees first had to put in an average of 6.8% of pay. The median required contribution to get a match was 6%, which means half of plans required more than that, and half required less. So for a lot of you, your employers require you to put in a bunch before you can get them to match it. Average employee contributions, 7.4% of pay. Median employee contributions, 6.4% of pay. Average employer contribution, 4.5%. Median employer contribution, 4%. They got it locked down. Now let's get back to the balances. The below numbers show how 401k balances increase with age, at least until participants start drawing on their money in retirement. Remember what I taught you all from PBS Frontline, the retirement gamble, and how it is the 401k was never intended to be a retirement vehicle, never intended to be that. It's something that's been seized upon in order to get these corporations out of your defined benefits packages and into defined contributions. And that 401k cannot work unless you meet the 4 critical criteria, or the 5. You must start early. You must contribute as much as you can. You cannot have any long periods of unemployment. You can't have any gaps in your employment. You must be consistent. We all know how it is for black folk. Nobody messes with our employment, right? You have got to put in for the entire term. So you got to start early and go to your senior citizen years. And your income must steadily increase the entire time. You don't meet all, not most, if you don't meet all those criterion, the 401k cannot work for you. It can't. Not as a retirement vehicle, because it's not a retirement vehicle. Between the ages of 20 and 24, average 401k balance $5,000, median balance $1,948. You take a look at that. They're showing you how these things work out here from the average to the median. By the time you get down here, it's going to be it. Planning for retirement, what the hell are you talking about? You won't be retiring because you'll be unable to. Let me go ahead and hit you all with some super negative vibes right now if you want to know why it is that as a man today, manhood's going to cost you millions. You want to know why? Let me go ahead and lay on you some negative vibes. You're not going to like this at all, I assure you, from CNBC. They're talking about the median home prices right now. Median home price sales, $431,000. That's the median, not average, the median home sales price in America right now, $431,000 as of the third quarter of 2023. So this data is up to date. We're in the middle of the fourth quarter right now. I am bringing you the data that is up to date. Right now in America, that's the median home price. Just 3 years ago, the median was $329,000, $100,000 less. It's gone up by $30,000 a year. Now to put this in perspective, because here's the situation, and I want to talk to the women real quick here, because understand something. When you sit up here and run up in a man's face today talking about making you a stay-at-home wife and a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home anything, you take a look at these numbers on this screen. Stay at home. Well, here's how much the home costs. On your screen, there's the home. In 1980, when your dad, or for some of you, your granddads were buying a home, median home price was $63,000. This is from CNBC. And their data source is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Back in 1980, it was $63,700. That was the median home price in 1980. For those of you under the age of 44, I'm talking about if you were in diapers. $1980, 63 G's to buy a house. That was the median home price in America. The median. 5 years later, $82,000. 1990, Gulf War I. NWA's second album comes out the next year. $123,000 in 10 years. Home prices doubled. While you sitting up here talking about some man taking care of you and 3 or 4 bastard kids, and he's gonna carry this weight right here and what you expect him to do. And meanwhile, the income did not double within those 10 years, but the price of the home did. Your granddaddy and your daddy, your mother was perfectly fine in a $63,000 house. Your grandmama was fine. So if you're going to compare this and say that the young men of today need to do what your granddaddy and daddy did, then we need to compare apples to apples. Your granddaddy parked your grandmama's butt cheeks in a little old lazy boy recliner when he finally got old, and the house was $63,000. So let's compare apples to apples. Don't sit up here and try to put some 3,000 square foot McMansion on these young men today. No, you go ahead and put that 1,100 square foot house, shotgun house that your grandmama had and your great grandmama had. You leave that there. Y'all are sitting up here trying to tell them what they need to do in today's market. Let's take a look at what your granddaddy and your daddy's market was. There's a reason why the females today are in horrendous debt, and then they crash and burn if they attempt to do this. So they try to offload the responsibility on these young men. I want these young men to have a clear vision of exactly what you're dealing with here. If you all agree that your granddaddy and your great granddaddy had it a hell of a whole lot easier and you have not been comparing apples to apples, give me the money bag emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 1,500 people in here live in just the first 15 minutes. And we are giving you the definitive data and the numbers that you haven't seen anywhere else. Nobody else has gone over this kind of thing with you. So this is the first time that somebody's actually shown you the numbers so we can have a reality check. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to get deep off in it. We're going to get deep off in it tonight. Assuming, of course, enough people like the program, because if people don't like the program, we'll go shallow into it and y'all can just Google the rest of yourselves. 1990. Median home price was $123,000. 1995. First year after Bill Clinton becomes president, $130,000. I'm sorry, a couple of years after that. 2000. Al Gore W. 165,000. 2005. 232,000. You see how those numbers jumped? Do you see how those numbers jumped? From 2000 to 2005, those numbers jumped. Now, in between that time, we have the Great Recession. So that hits in 2007, 2008. Housing market crashes. So by 2010, you have home prices have actually depreciated and gone down pretty much for the first time in recorded history. Not the only time, but the first major time here. Yeah, but here's the issue. Contrary to what most of you might have believed about the Great Recession and the housing crash of 2008, the truth of the matter is that home prices recovered relatively quickly. As you can see on your screen, by 2015, just 7 years later, you're way above where you were in 2005. The market had fully recovered, but while the media was telling you it wasn't. 2020, year of the pandemic, $329,000. And then today, we're not even 5 years out yet, people. We're not even 5 years away from 2020. We're not even 5 years out. Not even. And take a look at where we are. You're already at 431,000. Already there. That's something I want you to remember. You haven't even made it 5 years. What is it going to be like in 5 years? What is that going to be like then? 5 years from now. Because that's why I'm doing tonight's program. That's why I did tonight's program. Has anyone gone over these numbers like this? Have they? And I'm just being nice about it right now. I'm being nice. Because the numbers get worse. If we go back into the history of it, oh yes, I've done that too. 720 degrees of analysis you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. CNBC is back again. Just to go ahead and hit you up one more again. Take a look at when you take a look at the numbers going back this far. $1940, the median home price, or the median home value. In 1940, the median home value was $29.38. Think about that for a few moments. 1940, $2,900 was the median home value. $1950, it was $7,354. 1960, $11,000. 1960, $11,000. 1970, $17,000. Those were the median home values. Those are the values. Tell me where you're seeing that equivalent today. Yeah, no wonder your granddaddy could run around town and get 5 or 6 hoes pregnant, and while you talking stupid in 2023. While you're talking dumb in 2023, you're not comparing. By the way, what was the house that your greasy ass granddaddy bought your greasy grandmama? What was it that he bought her? Since you won't actually go into that. 1980, the value was $47,000. 1990, $79,000. 2000, $119,000. Then they have it adjusted. If you adjust them for inflation, gives you some idea there. I'm going all the way back. I went all the way back because I want you to have reliable information going all the way back so that you understand there's somebody trying to bandy and wave their daddy and their granddaddy what he did in front of your face as young men or even as middle-aged men. We need to compare apples to apples here of exactly what these numbers really were and what was expected of them versus what is expected of you. Because they're telling you to literally do 10 times more than your father or your grandfather did. Now, that's what's really being demanded of you they want the young men today, though females of today are coming to the table more slutted out, more run through, more sexually degenerate, more low educated, far less feminine, completely unfeminine, can't take care of a home, but they want someone to take care of them the way their grandmamas and granddaddies were, grandmothers and great-grandmothers were. They're devoid of femininity, bringing to you run-through sexual histories of your granddaddy didn't have a grandmama that 50 or 40 dudes could tell him what she looked like naked. Your granddaddy did not have a grandmother. He didn't marry a woman who dozens of men could show videos of her naked. Your granddaddy did not have that. While the chicks today don't want to talk about, by the way, did that affect your value and what you should get versus your grandmama? Your grandmama didn't have all that going on. You got a bunch of chicks out here today with outrageous ass body counts, grossly overweight, don't know how to cook nor clean. They got machines that do it for them to the extent that they even know how to work the machines. Do y'all realize these 20-year-old females today don't even know how to work the washing machines anymore? And your grandmama was washing things, your great-grandmama was washing things by hand. Your great-grandmama actually had to do work as a stay-at-home mom, as a stay-at-home wife. She actually had to do work. These chicks today sit up here, go to a washing machine, flip a switch, and tell you she was working all day. The machine is sitting back there spinning its ass off, but she's telling you that the machine spinning is her doing the work. Fellas, you better stop letting these hoes sit up here and gaslight you. Oh my goodness, did Jason just sit up here and say hoes? I damn sure did. I sure did. Read them and weep. You ain't gotta like it, but you gotta love it. Your grandmama was doing real work. Your grandmama washed the dishes. Your grandmama was a working individual. Your grandmother did real manual labor. You got a bunch of hoes sitting in front of the television, sitting up here surfing through emojis and memes and telling the man that she wants him to pay for her to be a stay-at-home wife so she can sit on Facebook and whine and moan all damn day. Are you kidding me? Jason talking about us? I'm talking about you.
And deal with it, nigga.
No, Monique, it is not people are lazy. Women are lazy. You don't have any men sitting up here online talking about how women need to sit up here and take care of us so we can be stay-at-home men and Mr. Mom. Let's not try that one. It's the women today, the most coddled, pampered generation of females that has ever lived. They are the most coddled, pampered group that mankind has ever witnessed. They do less work, less labor than man has ever seen a female do, and yet they are telling you that they're overworked. No, seriously, they're telling you that they're overworked. That they can't come into, your grandmama was able to come into her femininity, holding 1.5 full-time jobs, raising 5 kids, and washing the clothes and the dishes and the front porch by hand. Her granddaughter got 5 bastard kids, STDs till she's glowing radioactive, doesn't even do her own hair. Your grandmama could do her own hair. These gals today, if it ain't for the damn horse hair and Remy people and some itinerant worker over there in India cutting her hair off, wouldn't have any, and telling you that she's working too hard. While she's literally like George Jetson sitting in front of a laptop, literally like George Jetson, sitting in the middle of the damn floor, tap, 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 telling you that working that finger, oh, I've been worked to the bone. Sitting in the faces of men who are still doing the real work and telling us we need to do more. Yeah, my finger is worn out over here. I need you to do more. And not just a little bit more, because you see, your granddaddy was able to wait until he was an old man before he got that Cadillac or that Mercedes. Why, these chicks want you to come through the door with that. Why, she wants a house in a gated community and she wants to have a premium luxury car. And oh yeah, you can't be 60. Oh no, she wants you to drop that off in her 20s, 30s at the very latest. And be bold with it. And that if you can't do that, then she doesn't have to respect you. That's what they're telling these young fellas today. If you can't do that, then I don't have to show you any respect. That's what they're telling now. This is gaslighting, is the point I'm trying to make. Your grandmama was a better woman than you. Well, most of your grandmothers, some of your grandmamas were straight up sluts, but for the rest of us, it's a little bit different. And these were better women than you. You take a look at their sexual histories, you take a look at their femininity, you take a look at their refinement, you take a look at their etiquette. Don't nobody got no damn pictures of your grandmama's drawers floating around the scrapbooks in the family. Some of you, I understand you was raised by some slutty ass hoes, but for the majority of folks, nobody's sitting up here showing your grandmama twerking. There's nothing out there showing that for some of you 35-year-old grandmothers today. Okay, just I understand, but for the majority of the civilized people, that wasn't what granddaddy was supporting. That wasn't what he signed up for with his pension. That wasn't what he signed up and co-signed on his insurance. He didn't have somebody sitting up here, 15 niggas could tell him that your grandmama smelled like strawberries. He didn't have that. And furthermore, she was washing the clothes by hand, washing the dishes by hand, doing the cooking and cleaning, taking care of the kids. He wasn't getting the chick who was run through. He was able to get her in her 20s. And on top of all that, the house only needed to be $10,000, $15,000. On top of all of that. On top of all that, he wasn't paying no $100,000. On top of all that, the house only needed to be $15,000. To the fellas listening to me right now, if I'm holding church, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room if I'm telling the damn truth that your grandmother was a different type of breed than what you got to pick from out here today. Your grandmother was 10 times the woman at 10 times less the cost. You got females today who are 1/5 the woman or 1/10 the female, and some of you are even less than that and want to be 10 times the cost. Telling these young men today that manhood is going to cost them millions, because when you drop these requirements on them, that's what it's going to add up to be. It's going to be millions to be able to do that. It's going to have to be. It's going to have to be. You won't be able to get around that. Not at all. To make the matters even worse here, we can go by the Motley Fool. And they can show you about what the home prices are. Typical home values by state. By state. Those numbers back in 1980, looking downright dandy. Now, these numbers here are from the Motley Fool. The housing median home prices from 1980 forward. That's Motley Fool. The other one's from CNBC. Motley Fool shows that, and then by state. These are the numbers and analysis that you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. I mean, we are rolling fast here tonight, but try to keep up with us. Alabama, Nick Saban, well, he's been great for home values, I suppose. $220,000. That's the typical home value in Alabama. Alaska, middle of damn nowhere. Well, it's going to cost you to live in the middle of nowhere at 360 G's. Arizona, $430,000. The typical home value. Arkansas, if you want to live in Arkansas, well, I guess you can get something reasonable, but you'll be in Arkansas, $198,000. California, hold on to your butts, $760,000. That's California. Colorado, which has basically been impervious to dips in home value, $548,000, well above the national median, well above it. Your granddaddy and your great-granddaddy did not have to deal with numbers like this. While some run-through, freckle-faced, acne-faced, corn-road, bunion-wearing chick is going to sit up and run up in your size 17, 18, 23, is going to sit up here and try to jump in your DMs and tell you what a real man need to do. And what he needs to pay for, and then she needs to just sit at home on the couch and expand. And meanwhile, she's talking about what her daddy did for her grandmama and what her granddaddy did for her grandmama. And then it's like, wait, but let's compare those numbers, because heifer, you ain't even living like that. In Connecticut, $405,000. In Delaware, $370,000. In D.C., $722,000. Washington, D.C. is right up there with California today. You all think about that for a moment. D.C. is up there with California today. In Florida, $407,000. Good luck retiring down there. Georgia, $320,000. Hawaii, $971,000. Forget it. That's the rich man's paradise now. They done come and bought it all up. Idaho. Now, who saw this coming? Idaho, $444,000. Illinois, $255,000. I guess Chirac is keeping the cost down. Indiana, $233,000. Iowa, $216,000. Kansas, $219,000. Kentucky, $197,000. My home state, Louisiana, $201,000. So we're ahead of Kentucky. In Louisiana, we're ahead of Arkansas, but I'll be damned. $201,000, really? Maine, $385,000. Maryland, $418,000. Massachusetts, $601,000. Michigan, $253,000. Minnesota, $336,000. Nevada, $432,000. New Hampshire, $470,000. New Jersey, $507,000. New Mexico, $293,000. New York, $425,000. North Carolina, $321,000. South Carolina, $287,000. So North Carolina is a lot more popular than South Carolina. Don't worry, South Carolina, you will be catching up, and then you will be gentrified and left behind. Oklahoma, $199,000. So just being north of Texas, as goes Texas. Look for Oklahoma. By the way, Oklahoma's already starting to change. So much for being these prairie states. Oregon, $501,000. Look out, Portland. Pennsylvania, $257,000. South Dakota, $297,000. South Dakota's values are higher than Pennsylvania's. Think about that for a moment. South Dakota is higher than South Carolina, higher than Pennsylvania. Think that over for a moment. Tennessee, Memphis, Nashville, $310,000. Texas, $303,000. Texas is a gigantic state. So if you're counting all that together, just understand your major metropolitan areas. No. We're going to get to that. Utah, $518,000. Let's hear it for Salt Lake City. Vermont, $397,000. Virginia, $377,000. Washington State, Seattle, stand up, $585,000. West Virginia, $158,000. Well, I guess if you want a home, you can still afford West Virginia. Wisconsin, $296,000, and Wyoming, $339,000. Someone explained to me how in the hip-hop, holy, deep, fat, fried hell a 30-year-old male is supposed to be able to afford this. And then a family of 4. Tell me how the hell he is supposed to do that. Where are the mathematics that allow that to work? And those are just the home prices. That's not everything else. Those are just the home prices. Just those. In a few moments here, we are going to have an interactive program. And by that, I mean interactive for everyone who is watching here live. It will be an interactive program where you will get to decide where things go. You've never seen anything like it before, I assure you, but you'll have an opportunity to do that. But before I do, I want to go into something else a little bit different here. But I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo, Tamao, Young Investor, Super Lee Boy. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that, along with everyone else. One of the things I was taking a look at here, I'll respond to this on Facebook. I've removed the person's name because we don't need to discuss that. This was something that was posted, and some folks have passed that around. You take a look at this. You take a look at this. What is a man supposed to do in this situation? And she says, husband, I want to quit my job and be a housewife. I no longer want to help you provide. I just want to nurture you, the children, and our home. Now, I want you to understand that this right here on your screen, this is gaslighting to a criminal extent. This is a criminal amount of gaslighting. All right, let's take into account the things we already know. This is a married couple and they have children and they have a home. Got it. Married couple with some children. Let's just say they have 2 kids and a home. Got it. She says that she currently works. That's what she was doing when he met her. She was working when he met her. She is now jumping up out of the middle of nowhere and saying that in the year 2023, she wants to change the deal. I don't want to work anymore. Wait a minute. You were working when I met you. This is lying. This is deceit. This is a double cross. This would be like her husband saying, baby, I no longer want to be sexually exclusive. 6 years into the marriage, baby, wife, I no longer want to be sexually exclusive. Now imagine that. We got kids in the house. Yeah, I've thought it over. I don't want to be sexually exclusive anymore. Yeah, I really just rather have my options and stuff. Yeah, I keep you and the kids, but I don't want to be sexually exclusive. Well, I'll be damned, but when you met her, you were sexually exclusive. Now you don't want to be. So here she is later. It's like, okay, now that we're married, now that I got the power of the state behind me, I don't want to work anymore. All right, that's the first problem there, is that's a double cross because that's not the way he met you. She said, I want to quit my job and be a housewife. Did he ask you to be a housewife? Did he say, yeah, we've had a meeting of the minds. I would prefer you to be a housewife. No, she's saying, you know what? I've decided I don't want to work anymore. And now instead of me handling 20% or 30% of the load, I want you to carry all of it, including my wants, not my needs, but including my wants. This is abuse. She then says, I no longer want to help you provide. But then again, in these situations, the woman's income is really not essential and necessary anyway. There's the real point of it. But even if it were, listen to the next part here. I just want to nurture you, the children, and our home. Here's the problem. She is not describing the children will only be there temporarily. Children only need to be quote unquote cared for and nurtured temporarily. So is she saying that she wishes to quit the workforce until the children don't need to be looked after? Because let me tell y'all, I grew up as a latchkey kid. Most of you did. Us latchkey kids, we didn't get nor need a bunch of nurturing and whatever. We were taking care of ourselves. 8 years old, get up in the mornings. If you had cereal, although in my case here, if you had to make scrambled eggs and things like that, it was a special household. And then from there on, that's it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is gaslighting. I need to stay and nurture the children. The children only need you to nurture them for about 8 years. Why do you have to be home for the other 10? So she's talking about a temporary situation, the children, quote, needing to be cared for and raised. That's temporary. Is she saying that her exiting the workforce will also be temporary? No, she's saying I get a permanent pass. I get to check out of the workforce permanently. The children are going to be needed to be looked after temporarily, but I want to check out permanently. You all take a look at all these hoes in the NBA. Did he say hoes? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
You take a look at them, as soon as they get in their 30s, they want to divorce the fellas. Like, all right, nigga, Birdman hand rub. Let me go ahead and grab them, run them pockets. Let me run them pockets. Soon as the children are adolescent, forget grown. Soon as the kids are adolescent, all right, let me run them pockets. So no, you sit up here telling yourself, well, she gonna be taking care of the kids the rest of her damn life. Nigga, did you even think this over? I want to take care of the kids. The kids do not need 30 years of looking after. So if the kids only need 5 years of looking after, what in the world are we doing? What in the world are we doing? Then she says, I just want to nurture you, the children, and our home. Folks, you know what? Let me come back to that one last, because that's the real insult to injury, is that nurturing the home. But let me go ahead and back up a little bit here. I just want to nurture you. Man, look here. All my divorced men, stand up. All my men who've been divorced, stand up. And give me the swords emoji, the cross swords emoji in the chat room. To all my men who are divorced, and you had a chick who, when you walked in, she was promising you that she was going to take care of you. Soon as she had the kids, she then says, baby, I can't make time for you. I have to take care of the kids now. I don't have time for this. I mean, now, before the kids came along, or more importantly, before she got you to marry her like a dumbass, man, look here, 24 hours a day, she was available. 24 hours a day, she was on call. Back when she was trying to earn being a wife, she was on call 24/7. You didn't have any complaints. The moment she dropped the load, all of a sudden, well, you see, I can't really be around like that. Baby, I ain't got time. I'm just so tired. I have to take care of the kids, don't you know? I have to take care of the kids. All my divorced dudes and all my fellas who had to break up with a chick or a baby mama, soon as she had the kid, she was telling you what she couldn't do anymore. There was no more nurturing for you. There was no more caring for you. There was no more seeing about you. She was telling you, oh no, I gotta spend all day with the kids and all day doing this other stuff, and I'll get to you at the end of the damn day if there are any minutes left over. And when she finally does show up, you done sat there all day looking at your damn feet. She shows up, well, you know, I'm so tired, so tired. So this is a damn gaslighting lie. She's not going to take off of work and come nurture you. First of all, a man does not require nurturing. That's the first thing. So the idiot who wrote this right here, by the way, hey, dumbass, men don't require nurturing. But she's not going to be sitting here caring for and comforting you. You going to be the first thing she throws out. She's going to say, all of a sudden, she's going to tell you, well, these are our kids. And because they're our kids and I'm home with them only up until the age of 5, because then when they leave out for kindergarten, she can't tell you what the hell she's doing. And got some dumbass niggas in here covering for that. Where is she sitting at home? Man, if you are henpecked and self-cucking, she's not doing anything except running game on your dumbass. You know what the problem with the world is today? The problem with the world today is that there is a sufficient enough simp population. Let me tell you right now, 70% of males when they're walking around out here today are living on bread and water sexually. 70%, most likely 80% of them are living on bread and water. They are completely ignored by females, completely ignored by the female population at large. And what the females eventually do is they say, well, you know what? He been living out here in the cold for so damn long. When they get ready, they go grab them a simp out the simp basket. He's not used to getting sexual access with any sort of regularity. So then she's like, okay, well, let me go ahead and throw him some. And there's enough of them out here who are so sexually deprived that they will simply settle for any ridiculous ass arrangement that gets thrown at them.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
Anything she throw, any crumb she flick off the table, this nigga sitting over there side. Let me go ahead and get that cookie. Nom, 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 oh, nom, nom, nom. That's those simps. And we have a sufficiently large enough simp population today that that's them. They are just ravenous. They're just ravenous. So he's been stuck out in the cold and sequestered and isolated for so long. He's been isolated for so long that now when some run-through ass hood rat hoe does run up on him, he's just like, all right, baby, let me break the bank. He walks in the door desperate. He's like, I will willingly just leverage whatever financial productivity I got. Can you please get me out this sexual drought? A chick who wasn't going to spit on him or give the time of day 3 years earlier, 5 years earlier, 10 years earlier. So, fellas, if you want to know what's really going on today, is that there's a sufficient enough, large enough population of desperate, dried up simps who have been sexually deprived for so long that now this bull crap that you hear, these dudes are like, man, just trick it out. He's walking through the door telling her whatever is a shakedown. Basically, he's walking the door. Whatever you want, baby, it is. Whatever you want, it is. Here you go. Go ahead and take that. Because in their younger years, the females are all lined up for the alphas. In the younger years, the females are lined up for the dudes who they really, really want. And because those guys are a minority, they end up settling for the ones they didn't really want. Yeah, but that dude right there, but the females have left him hung out to dry for so long. He is so defeated. His will is so broken that by the time they circle back around to him with little Larry and little Ray and little Mike and little Slug, by the time they circle back around to him a decade or two later, he's just going to take anything he can get. He's never been spoiled for options. He's never been able to get what he actually wants, so he ends up taking what he can get. And when she tells him, well, you a real man, throw the wallet, then he starts telling her, well, was that what they were doing? Was that what those alpha males were over there doing? Okay, baby, no problem right there. I can match that. Sure. So that's what they were doing. They were just throwing money. Well, my money's together now, so I can certainly take care of that for you. I sure can. And that's what it ends up being. So, fellas, if you want to know who it is that's feeding into this, that's who's feeding into it. Fellas, OnlyFans would not be the gargantuan operation it is today if what I'm saying wasn't true. Fellas, think that over for a moment. OnlyFans, Instagram, Snapchat, with the ones you pay these chicks, them private Snapchat rooms. Fellas, you know these things would not be the gargantuan operations that they are today if what I'm saying wasn't true. These operations would not be as huge as they are and making. Fellas, there's chicks on OnlyFans making hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. Millions. And these fellas ain't even talking to these broads. But they making them millionaires. So if you doubt that when you see these chicks throwing their butt cheeks on Facebook, you just go and take a look, and there's a whole line of these fellas sitting up here liking the post. I want y'all to understand something. Ladies, I got to read the mail right quick. I can't let y'all get away with the damn thing. I got to read the mail here tonight because I want us to be very, very clear about something here real quick. Fellas, how many of you personally know a chick on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, who dudes are in her inbox offering her money? What? If you have, give me the hand up emoji in the chat room. If you personally know one or more females that they got dudes in their DMs, never met them in person, Maybe they even talk to him on the phone, but fellas are in their DMs and have given them money or are offering to give them money simply because they seen a picture on social media. More hands up than revival night. Because we all seen it. All of my girlfriends throughout my life, well, since social media was a thing, all of them got niggas in the DMs offering money, offering plane tickets. Imagine that. Come on now. I'm sitting here with this woman. I'm sitting here in bed next to this woman, and there's dudes in their DMs, in their messages, in their comment sections. I'm sitting right there, and this fella's queen mother got this my yacht. I would love to do XYZ and buy this for you and stuff. And I'm telling you, I'm with me sitting right there watching it. So I know what these niggas do. I know what they do. All right, now, I just gave you all half of the game right there. I just gave you half of it. Let me go ahead and give you the other half of it. To the ladies in the chat room, to the women, ladies, if you, not somebody else now, let's just keep it 100, if you have men in your DMs, random strangers, men you've never met, never talked to, and they are in your DMs offering you money, offering you gifts. I'm not talking about just offering to fly you out. I'm talking about he's offering, hey, baby, you would look good in some red bottoms. Let me get you these shoes. Let me get you this purse. Let me take you on a trip to Hawaii. They're offering gifts, not just to fly you out, but they're offering gifts. Give me the diamond emoji in the chat room for the ladies. For the women listening right now, if you got dudes in your DMs offering to give you cash money, you've never met him, never talked to him, but he's offering to give you cash money. He's offering gifts, handbags, shoes, earrings, trips, vacations, domestic and abroad. Give me the diamond emoji in the chat room. If your DMs got that going on right now, not 5 years ago, because some of you might have edged out. Not 5 years ago, some of you might have edged out. Some of you might have aged out. Some of you might have. Jasmine, you said your DMs are dry. Baby, look here, something's wrong. That's all I got to say. Fellas, y'all know they in here lying. Either that or, ladies, next time you start making demands, just take a look at your DMs, by the way. If the DMs ain't popping, how the hell you gonna expect a man to buy you a damn house and your DMs look like Tombstone at 12 noon? Your DMs look as quiet and dry and dusty as Tombstone at high noon. And you talking about, I need a man gonna buy me a house. Now, I know they're just trying to keep it on the low because they probably got their boyfriend sitting there right now and niggas don't know. See, this is what happens. Fellas will sit there and your chick is steadily sitting there entertaining phone call, entertaining messages, entertaining DMs, and ain't said nothing to you. You sitting there talking about, yes, don't worry, my baby is... She's just looking at it. It's like with you, Jason. They're just sitting there looking, but they're not actually paying any attention. No, I'm not worried about that. Meanwhile, your chick is sitting there on Instagram and Facebook and cataloging who she think, just in case you start messing up. Okay, I'll respond to him at some point. At some point, I'll respond to him. In the chat room, Monique the Freak, are you in there dry snitching on yourself, baby? Monique, are you in there dry snitching on yourself? I don't know. I didn't want to put you out there bad, but it sounds like you might be dry snitching on yourself. So, but in any case, when you say I want to nurture you, when you know full damn well she's going to get home and be nurturing herself? She's going to get home and be nurturing herself. Last but not least, she says, I just want to nurture you, the children, and our home. Folks, how much work does a woman need to do? Let me give you something to think about here, okay? Before you sit up here and let some broad start gaslighting you and feeding your head a bunch of damn lies, let me go ahead and make sure that we stay clear on this for a moment here. All of you who are single, do you need to spend 7 hours a day cooking, cleaning, and doing dishes? You do laundry 1 day a week. You ain't doing laundry every damn day. You do laundry 1 day a week. But when she wants to stay home and sit up here and juice your pockets, she's got you thinking she needs to do laundry every damn day. Nigga, she threw 3 pairs of socks and some blue jeans in the washing machine and talking about she doing a load of laundry. How is it that when you were single, you were able to get things done and do laundry 1 day a week? And yet she's telling you she needs to be a, quote, stay-at-home woman and do the laundry every day. But when you were single, and most of you are single now, well, how the hell is it you handling the business now just fine, and it doesn't take you 7 hours to cook and clean and do laundry today, and yet she's telling you she wants to stay home and it's going to take her 7 hours? People, Merry Maids don't need 7 hours. I've stayed at some of the biggest, most luxurious hotels in this country. Could you imagine housekeeping needing 7 hours to do a suite? Hell, housekeeping can't spend one. There are many of you who have worked at some of these big hotels, some of these large resorts. Y'all, those of you in Florida and in California and on the coast, and in the beach resort towns, y'all have worked at some of these places. You know full damn well if you worked in housekeeping, you can't spend 2 hours in a damn suite. You can't spend 2 hours in there. You can't do that. So how the hell is it that housekeeping at Hilton can knock out a whole damn suite in 1 hour, and this heifer who you married is telling you that it took her 4 hours today? 4 hours to do what? Don't tell me she's in there cleaning up the kid's room. Don't start that mess. Because your children's supposed to be making up their own beds and cleaning up their own damn rooms. Tell me, what takes 7 hours to clean in the living room every day? Man, if y'all don't stop letting these hoes run game on y'all, man. What? What the hell is this? Folks, since when does it take an hour to finish washing dishes? What are you talking about? What is this scam you trying to run? Since when did it take 7 hours to do that? When do you require that much damn time? No, she in there doing something else. You sitting up here and pay for all these new state-of-the-art appliances. And meanwhile, you check the DM. She probably got some pictures of herself from all those appliances you paid for. I just thought you should know what she doing. Man, quit it. You're a single person today. It doesn't take you 5 hours. It doesn't take you 3 hours. And yet she's telling you oh baby, I've been cooking and slaving. How the hell is it when she was single, she had all the time and it didn't take her 7 hours to do anything when she was single? Now that you're married to her, all of a sudden, you're going to take me about 8, 9 hours to... I've been cooking and cleaning and dusting. I've been cooking and cleaning and dusting. There's a bunch of fellas listening to me right now. Nigga, you Joe Smith. You going to work. You paying the mortgage. You're paying the rent. You're paying for vacations. You're paying for her clothing. She's sitting at home and got her OnlyFans popping and you don't even know. There's a bunch of fellas listening to me right now. You fell for that garbage. She's sitting at home and talking about she needs to take care of the home. Let's be clear now. Women don't even do the heavy stuff. Women don't do the heavy stuff. The man still has to do the heavy housework. If something breaks, if the plumbing goes bad, if the paneling comes down, electrical issues, the man got to see about that. She's not gonna take care of it. She's sitting up here telling you that she got some damn Swiffer and some paper towels and wiped off the counter and that took 7 hours. Your kids are 10 years old. They're getting themselves dressed for school. They're walking out the door. She talking about 7 hours. 7 hours for what? Most of you men who are married today, much less the single ones, that heifer hadn't made your ass a grilled cheese sandwich before you went out the door this damn morning. What? You have to make your own coffee. You got to make your own. You got to make your own breakfast if you get one. It's not. Okay, here's my point. She needs to nurture the home, but the man is always the first one awake in the mornings. We're always the first ones up, the first ones awake, the first ones out of bed. We're always that dude. She's walking in the kitchen and we sitting at the damn table. While she's telling you that she needs to nurture you. This is why I'm reminding you fellas, hey, a bunch of y'all fellas right now, your dumb ass is sitting with a chick, she got a ring, she got a mortgage, and you sitting here carrying the damn freight because you didn't do some critical thinking skills. Did you notice that you're the first one up in the damn morning? Did you notice you gotta make your own damn breakfast? And she's talking about let me be a stay-at-home woman so I can take care of you. And then she's gonna tell you, I ain't got time to make you breakfast. I gotta take care of the kids, and taking care of the kids does not involve making breakfast for them either. But you know what's popping every day? Her Instagram, her TikTok, her Twitter, her Snapchat, YouTube, Netflix. This heifer wants you to buy her 3 cell phones and 2 iPads so she can walk around all the damn time like Tony Stark with a bunch of telemetry sitting in front of her. She got all the social media going. While she's telling you that she's taking care of the house. Telling you she's taking care of the house. And you didn't sit there and think, by the way, when she was single and was coming over to see me, or whenever I went over there to go see her, she held down a full-time job. She was always ready to cook for me and take care of me, and she didn't need no damn 7 hours either. Dude, you at work for 9 hours. What the hell she doing? You know she running game, dude. There's not a woman in America who's spending 9 hours doing what at home? 9 hours? You better remodel this bastard if you've been home for 9 hours. You watching the damn Property Brothers. You better be learning how to install a boudoir up in there. While you've been sitting at home for 9 hours watching the Home and Garden channel. That's all you see if you go through your television's history there. She's been watching the Home and Garden and the Soap Opera Channel and a bunch of bull crap on VH1. Okay, she's been watching the Property Brothers now for 5 damn years. Doesn't know how to install a sink yet. Dude. How many of you fellas fell for this? Yeah, she watching them house flipping shows. This broad ain't made $1. She been watching Flip This House now for 6 damn years. Ain't brought you $1. Can't tell you where a property is. After 6 damn years, she ought to have 4 real estate licenses. Shouldn't she? Shouldn't she? What? After 6 years? You been watching something for 6 damn years? You been sitting there studiously for 6 damn years? Folks, some of y'all, your woman has been watching the Property Brothers for so long she can tell them damn twins apart. Damn. Some of y'all, your woman been watching it so long, she can tell you which twin is Drew or whatever his name is. She's not confused. She knows which twin it is. Without them having to have, they got different beard cuts now, I guess, so the lay people can tell them apart. She can tell them apart without that. They can both be clean shaven. She's like, oh, that's Drew right there, yeah. No, you can tell him, he's got a little bit of a crook in his nose. I'll be damned, she's been watching it for half a damn decade. She should know. While she telling you she taking care of the home. Hey, nigga, how many of you fellas got a chick telling you she taking care of the house and you ain't pulled a damn Kiki Palmer and installed some Ring cameras in your home so you can see what the hell's happening in your house? What? How many of you fellas would like to install some Ring cameras in your home so you can see all the hard, strenuous labor that your woman is doing while she's allegedly a stay-at-home woman? Why don't you install some cameras so that she can show you? She should be anxious to prove to you, by the way, baby, I've been taking care of business day in and day one. Okay, well, let's install some Ring cameras up in here just so I can make sure you safe and ain't nobody busting in the house on you and whatnot. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that and see what's happening. How many of you fellas want to bet your damn marriage is going to end within a damn week when she's sitting there on the damn couch? Sitting there on the damn couch telling you, oh, you know, I've been busy all damn day, baby, you got to understand. Are Marlena and Jamal going to get back together? Oh, this is so bad. They were such a pretty couple. You sitting up here at this office working like a dog. Working like a dog, and she's swearing that what she's doing at home is the equivalent of what you doing. Nigga, when's the last time you was at the office sitting up here watching soap operas and boo-hooing, singing the blues? When was that your job? That's her idea of taking care of the house. Her idea of taking care of the house is making sure the damn TV still works. That's her idea. And some dumbass fool sitting up here falling for it. Don't worry, Kia. I'm going to have you call in a little bit. I seen you. In any case, and this is the part that adds insult to injury. Fellas, here's the part that adds insult to injury. So you gotta, as the man is the one who is working and slaving and sitting up here gotta carry all this damn load by himself. He's the one got to do all this on his own. While she's sitting at home on her permanent vacation. And all of that might be acceptable if you say, you know what, baby, while you are sitting at home and your ass is stuck there in front of the damn TV, you know, if you would go ahead and turn on a CrossFit channel, if you would actually go ahead and turn on one of them CrossFit channels, that would be cool. What? Yeah, baby, if you gonna do that, you know, by the way, if you're going to be bull jiving around the kitchen, you could at least, if you're on social media, you could at least go ahead and hit up a CrossFit channel. Since you're not going to do anything with the Property Brothers or Home and Garden, since you ain't going to do nothing with that, you could at least be doing that. Fellas, if your woman is home for 9 hours a damn day, you should be coming home to a full-fledged damn me booty model every damn day. You should be the happiest man in Portland. What the hell you talking about? She's sitting at home for 9 hours a day. She's on your insurance, and meanwhile, this is her at the damn doctor's office, nigga. What? You ain't got a booty model, you got a blubber model. Some of y'all been paying bills and paying mortgages. You supposed to have a booty model, and she's hitting you with body positivity. So let me get this straight. when you two met and she was working at the job, this is what she looked like when she was working at the job. This is what she looked like when she was working at the job. 5 years later. Some of you didn't make it that long. Some of you 36 months later. Some of you, she was already skidding off the road when you met her. I'll be damned. What's going on, folks? What is going on? You had dreams in your head. You told yourself, yeah, this is going to be my baby in front of the refrigerator. Take a look over here, Jason. You ain't got to, brother, this is my one. She works on, I made sure she ain't got to work. She told me that if I could stay home and be a stay-at-home woman, I could come into my femininity. So, Jason, this is going to be my woman in front of the refrigerator. Meanwhile, this is your woman in front of the refrigerator. Meanwhile, she told you that this was what you was going to get. Meanwhile, this is what you actually got. What? Yeah, baby, don't worry. It's going to be nice. I'm going to cook and clean. Yeah, that's right. Oh, this is going to be me right here. Yeah, you see me, baby. It's going to be so fly. This will be me in front of the refrigerator. Meanwhile, here she come around the damn corner. All right. 9 hours a day. She's staying at home all day. Telling you all these promises about what she gonna nurture you. You sitting at home working your ass off. Remembering the way things used to be. And this is what you get. You get a damn used car salesman. She's talking about, if I could just stay home. See, the reason that I can't get myself in shape is because I have this job. If you could just get me away from this job, baby, oh, things would be so fly. I'd be able to take care of all this. I could get my body back in this shape. I snap right back. This nigga let us stay home and I'll be damned. He's telling himself, well, it's okay. Look, oh, well, Jason, you understand, brother. If I can get away from that job, I can... she gonna do some incredible things in front of that stove, Jason. Some incredible things here, and then you mess around and you come back home. I'll be damned. She gonna show you some incredible things. Well, you see, what happened was, I've been home, but I've had the kids. And, I'm just not myself anymore. And, it just takes time. It takes time. It takes time to snap back. It just takes time for that. Nigga, what's she doing? While she's telling you that you got to carry the freight. And what I'm saying is today there's a bunch of niggas right now listening to me. You done paid for whole damn houses and what's on your screen is what you coming home to. And she's telling you that she's doing you a favor. While she's sitting around the house on her ass. Let me be very, very clear, baby. If you're a woman today and you're a quote stay-at-home woman, your body's supposed to be looking like $1 million damn. If you got chicks who got full-time jobs and kids and a OnlyFans, because a lot of them heifers got to work. So how in the hell is she doing three or four things and looking better than you, and you got one damn job and a bunch of extra time? Fellas, you can't y'all gonna have to get through your heads. Women don't do well when you start making their lives unnecessarily easier. The less you expect, the less she gonna give. The less you expect, the less she's gonna give. A woman needs you to make some demands of her. If you just throw everything in her lap, if you throw 50% of it in her lap, she's going to say, well, why do I have to carry any of it? You got to make sure that she's got to earn being there. But if you're a male who is dirty, dog, dry, desperate, and you've been sitting around pretending that you were doing a lot better than you were, when in reality you sitting there at night, boy, if I get anything to come to this door and waking me, I go along anything. You know full damn well, and they see how thirsty y'all fellas are and how desperate you are, and then these chicks are just like, oh hell, that's fine. If your woman got 9 hours a day to be sitting at home, what the hell? What the man, y'all fellas need to go put some damn Ring cameras in your homes, put a exercise stationary bike and some Ring cameras in your home, and see if that heifer ever walks through that damn house and even looks at that son of a gun. What? Some of y'all paying for gym memberships. She's sitting in there bull jiving with the weights. But Uber Eats knows your woman by name. Have you checked that out? If some of you fellas would install some cameras at your homes, your relationships will be over, but your bank accounts will be saved. Who the hell is sitting up here trying to gaslight you with this garbage? These women don't want to stay at home so they can do more work. They want to stay at home so they can do nothing. She was able to get all of this stuff and more done when she was single, back when y'all were dating before you had kids. Now all of a sudden, well, you know, really, if you would just take care and carry all this right here, I sure would make it easy on me. So you gonna have to carry twice the load. I'm just like, okay, well, if I'm giving you $50,000 worth of freedom, if I'm giving you $150,000 worth of freedom, when I walk through that damn door, I should be seeing $150,000 damn dollars worth of femininity. Fellas, if your woman is a stay-at-home woman, she's supposed to be an 8 or a 10. On account of the fact you giving her 8 and 10 treatment in life, I'll be damned. She's gotten something no human being is supposed to get, an exemption from the workforce. So you're giving her hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of benefit, and then you're coming home and you're getting sloppy Susan. She ain't supposed to be out of shape at all. You supposed to come through that damn door, and she's supposed to be sitting up here, you know, with some muscle tone in this son of a gun. She ain't supposed to have the single mom high bi arms, cellulite, the liposuction flap. What the hell? Wayne, you done had 9 damn hours sitting here. You supposed to be putting yourself through boot camp. She's sitting on the couch bull jiving. You come home, and then 30 minutes before you get home, she drag out the damn vacuum cleaner. And then you have some super simplified jackass sitting up here telling you, and you know, that you better than you know over there. That's all you do. Be better than you know. If y'all did it with me like that, we'd be doing a whole lot better now. If you go ahead and do that, we can have that. That's good. Don't know why. Gonna break up some relationships today. I have to. I don't mean to, but I have to. I gotta do it. All right. Let's go ahead and give you all some more facts and figures here. Jason, you ain't letting up on it yet? Hell no, man. Came fully locked, fully loaded. From Pew Research. That's right. I'm taking you to the source. Pew Research. About, are you actually in the middle class? This is a great article for you. Are you in the American middle class? Find out with our income calculator. Now, even though this is from 2020, they have an income calculator for that. Well, I put in here earlier here today because I've already done this once here, but let's just go ahead and put in for my old stomping grounds, Texas. Let's go ahead and hit up Dallas. What's your household income before taxes? Let's go ahead and say Kevin Samuel's old number, 120,000. How many people are in your household altogether? 4. Calculate. This is where you fall. Based on your household income and the number of people in your household, you are in the middle income tier, along with 53% of adults in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington area. This is where you are in Dallas, Texas, with an income of $120,000. You are somewhere in the middle. Jason, can I get up a little bit more than that? You sure can. Go ahead. I'll go ahead and give you 150. You are still in the middle. Jason, are you telling me that, is that real? Yes, you are still in the middle. You are still in the middle. You've gone nowhere. Jason, can I get a 175 maybe? You sure can. I can break that off for you. Well, if you get to 175, you are in the upper income tier along with 21% adults. If you got 175 in Dallas, this includes you, your woman, 2 kids. So if you can make it to 175, well, okay. If you can get there. Let's go ahead and go to another place here. Of course, you want to find out about your old standbys, another problem. Let's take a look at Atlanta. 175 puts you in the upper tier along with 23% of the adults. You do realize that's to get into the top 23%. Did you get that? 175 to not to be in the middle, but just to get into the top 23%. In the top 23%, you got to make 175,000 in Atlanta, not to be in the top 10%, but to be in the top quarter. Do you realize what they're telling you? Just to be in the top quarter, you need 175,000 in Atlanta just to be in the top quarter. Top quarter. Let's go check out DC. Let me take that down. Let's go ahead and just take the metropolitan area there. $100,000, you are in the middle along with 49%. Half the folk. 49%, half of them. That's if you make $100,000, you just average. 150, you're still in the middle at 150. 175, you are still in the middle. You're still in the middle. The information analysis you'll receive nowhere else. You are still in the middle. 200,000. Well, you finally made it into the top 32%. $200,000 to be in the top third. Not the top 10%, the top third. In DC, top third. In the chat room, you want to see Chicago. Let's go check it out. Bring that down to 100. All right, in Chicago, $100,000 puts you in the middle. Let's see, 125 puts you in the middle. 150 puts you in the middle. 175. Well, you're now in the top quarter. If you can make $175,000 in Chicago, you are now in the top quarter. In the top quarter. Didn't say the top 10%. Did not say the top 10%. Top quarter. Okay, let's take a look at Detroit. Start with 100,000. That puts you in the middle. By the way, you notice none of these places, you're still in the, none of them put you in the upper if you're making 100,000. None, not a single one. None put you in the upper percentile if you make 100,000. Not a single one. Not even one puts you there. You're making $100,000 and you're just in the middle. You're just mid. Take it up to 125. You're still in the middle. 150. You are still in the middle. 175. Well, you've reached the upper, which is the top 20%. We'll get to New York, although you probably figure New York is ridiculous. You probably figure New York is ridiculous already. You probably figured that already. Let me go ahead and see about, you say Durham. Let me see, did I get Durham correct? Is that Durham? That better be Raleigh. Raleigh is that, this should be the Raleigh-Durham area. Isn't that what the airport's named? Pretty sure that should be it. 100,000 puts you in the middle. And by the way, the upper area, you can see the upper area is already 26%. 125, you're still in the middle. 150, still in the middle. So 150 and you're still in the middle. 175, well, you've made it into the upper, the top quarter. 175 will put you in the top quarter, not the top 10%, not the top 5%. You can break into the top quarter if you do that. Let me see, my man Black Voltron says, let me look up the Bay. California, Bakersfield, let me see. Hope I don't get this wrong. San Francisco, Oakland. Let's go ahead and check them out. 100,000, you already know the laughter begins here. The laughter already begins there. 100,000, you're just in the top, you're in the bottom half with that. Let's go to 150. You're still in the middle. Stop that. I think I got that right. 175, you're still in the middle. That's in Oakland. You are still in the middle. 200,000, you are still in the middle. Still in the middle. 225, you are finally in the upper. Finally, you've broken into the top third. The top third, not the top 10%. You finally made it into the top third. 1/3. If you can get there, you finally made it into the top third. Let me go ahead and check out another one here from my man Prince out of Richmond. Where is it? Houston. $100,000, you are in the 50, you're in the middle 50 with the other 50% of the population. In the middle. 125, you're still in the middle. 150, you're still in the middle. 175, you finally made it into the upper 20%, not the upper 10%, not the upper 5, 20%, if you can get 175,000. If you can make it to 175, you're in the upper 20%. 20. You know how much money a month you got to make for that? Let's go ahead and get the laughter out of the way here first. Let's go ahead and just get the laughter out of the way. Let's start outside the city first. Let's start there first. Let's see, Rochester, New York. $100,000. You are in the middle with 55% of adults in that Rochester area. 55%. 125,000, you're still in the middle. 150,000, you're still in the middle. 175,000, well, you finally made it into the upper 18%. If you can make 175,000. So congratulations, you're not doing as bad as they are down there in Manhattan. You're not doing as bad as they are down there. Now, they kind of put all these together for New York, Newark, and Jersey City. I can understand why to an extent, although obviously this is going to skew things a bit. Let's go ahead and calculate that. 100,000, you are in the middle along with 49% of the adults in New York, Newark, New Jersey. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit skewed if you're going to throw Newark in there. So you got the richest place in America, one of the poorest. This is going to kind of skew that. So if they're trying to give a geographic area, I'm not going to go along with that one necessarily, but give you some idea. 125, you are still in the middle. 150, you are still in the middle. 175, you are still in the middle. 200,000, you are still in the middle. 225, you are finally in the upper. You're finally in the upper fifth. Finally. You're finally in the upper fifth. If you can make $225,000 a year, you're finally there. Finally. Consider that for a moment. Some folks been saying Mississippi. I don't know why. I don't know why you would, but okay. Let's check out Gulfport. Biloxi. 100,000 puts you in the middle. 125,000, you're still in the middle. 150,000, now you're in the upper. Just out of curiosity, I wonder if I narrow that down a little bit more. Okay, once you get to 150, then you're in the upper. The upper 14%. Now that one right there, you take a look at that. If you're making $150,000 in Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula, you're in the top 14%. You're in damn near the top 10%. In Mississippi, you are damn near in the top 10% if you make $150,000. Damn near in the top 10%. Damn near there. All right, I've kind of been avoiding this one because there's more than one place to have to check out, so I've kind of been waiting on it. All right, let's see if we can just start from the top. Let me see. Do you have Tallahassee? Come on now. I think they're kind of throwing things together. Are they really doing that? Because I'm not as familiar with those places. I probably should be. If the screen will stop moving, we'll be in good shape there. Okay, I don't know if they're trying to put all that together or not. Am I missing over it? No, I'm not skipping over it. I know I saw Pensacola already. Let me see. Pensacola, 150. You're still in the middle. 175. You are in the upper 18% for that Pensacola area. You're in the upper. You get into the upper 18%. And understand how many men at the age of 30 are making $175,000 a year in the Pensacola area. How many fellas are in their 30s knocking that down? How many fellas in their 30s are making that living in the Pensacola area? That's the question I'm asking. How many are? How many are? Let's hop over to Jacksonville. We're going to slow walk it a little bit. 100,000. You're in the middle. 125,000. You're in the middle. 150,000. You're in the middle. 175,000. You're finally in the top fifth. You're in the top 19% if you make 175,000. Not the top 10%. Top 19%. Want to mess with him here for a moment? No, let me leave her alone tonight. She's got enough going on down there. Tampa, Clearwater, 100,000, you're in the middle. 125,000, you're in the middle. 150,000, you're in the middle. 175,000, you're in the upper 16%. So for 175,000 in the Tampa area, and Tampa is trying to get his weight up, but let's just keep it real. Tampa ain't that big like that. Take a look at Orlando. What's Mickey and Goofy doing? 100,000, you're in the 55% if you make 100,000. 125, you are still in the middle. 150,000, you are still in the middle. 175,000, you have finally made it to the upper 15%. At 175,000. If you can get there. All right, let's finally take a look here at the big dog. Miami. 100,000, you are in the middle with 49% of the others. 125,000, you are in the middle. 150,000, you are in the middle. 175,000, you are in the middle. 200,000, you are in the upper with 14%. That doesn't mean you get to live in the Aston Martin building. That means you get to live in those condos across the bay from the Aston Martin building. That's where you get to be. Also, this skews it a little bit when you add in Miami with Fort Lauderdale. And also, Miami is a segregated city. You got a really, really rich part with a really, really poor part. So if you want to know why those numbers would be like that, anybody who's been to Miami and actually driven around the town and seen things and traveled up the coast or whatever, Miami's got a really, really rich part and then it's got a really, really poor part. So they kind of skew on each other. in those regards. So don't be fooled. Don't be deceived about that. Kind of skews in that regard. Some of these folks don't understand when you're taking a look at that. And I'm asking the question here, who is the 30-year-old male who's making $200,000 a year like that? What does he have to do? What does that cost him? And what is it costing him to sit up here and carry a whole family of 4 by himself? What is that going to take, and what is that going to cost him to carry a family of 4 by himself? And yeah, that might be enough for him to enter into the top 14%, but how's he going to be able to roll with those fellas out there who don't have the kids and the family or whatever? What's the situation like for that? And the other thing is, if you are delivering $200,000 worth of productivity to a woman, if a woman is getting a $200,000 free ride and she's sitting at home, then what I'm saying is when you walk in that kitchen, you should be seeing $200,000 of your effort. Not $200,000 of her excuses. Fellas, come on now. If you are giving her a $100,000 free ride, she's getting a $100,000 free ride. Shouldn't your woman look like $100,000? That's what I'm trying to tell some of you dorky dudes up in here. Man, shouldn't if you're going to be sitting up here paying that kind of freight, I'm not saying she need to be lap dancing on top of the stove. I'm just saying she need to be able to. If you're giving her a $100,000 free ride, then when people come through the door, shouldn't they see $100,000 worth of femininity? She said cleaning the house is worth $100,000. Look here, heifer, Mary Maids can do this for about $150,000. Maybe I need to move one of them maids up in here. Simplify my life. I want the fellas to start thinking critically here. This is terrible negotiation. If you are making $150,000 a year and she's talking about sitting at home having a free damn ride, she needs to understand, well, I'll be damned. You can get that when I see $150,000 worth of femininity. You gonna be living a $200,000 lifestyle? This man is putting a $250,000, $300,000 lifestyle. Well, when he comes to the damn door, you need to look like $250,000, $300,000 or more. There's where we have the breakdown. There's where the simp idiots out there don't want to sit up here and talk about this part of it. Look here, are these men going to get $300,000 of femininity, $200,000, $100,000? What we gonna get? Because so far, nobody is talking about, by the way, that's what you're gonna have. And here's the other issue here. Ladies, we got to keep it all the way real in here. Look here, baby. After we've been there for a minute, you know full damn well what's gonna happen. It's not gonna stay like that because it can't stay like that. In a few years, I don't care what he was paying back then, baby, that we are going to suffer depreciation. She is not going to be the same woman, but he's going to be paying more money than he ever has. Because that's how you got him locked into a deal, one of these damn slave record label deals. It'd be different if you were maintaining your value. He sits up here, unless you have a free ride, his income and the lifestyle you live is going to continue to increase. But the quality of the woman is going to decrease. She ain't going to have $100,000, $200,000 of femininity anymore. but she's going to be demanding that you pay increasingly more year after year. So your value as the man must continue to ascend while she consciously is selling you a deal where her value descends. Because is she promising you that her feminine value is going to increase year after year? Hell no. That's why you niggas got to sit up here and threaten these heifers and say, look here, if you don't get off this damn couch, if you don't get your big ass off of this damn couch, some of you fellas need to understand that's what you've been sold. And she's like, well, because the real trick bag is, well, as soon as he marries me, I got him over a barrel. And he'll have to fight with the state. So it'll just be cheaper to keep me. I don't have to do all that. They consciously are thinking this while you sitting up here talking about getting handcuffed to a situation. What the hell? While you're consciously talking about getting handcuffed to a situation, this is what they're talking about doing here. And then they're telling you that they're not going to respect you unless you can do X, Y, Z. Meanwhile, the last 40 dudes who she slept with, yes, that's right, I said the last 40. What? They didn't have to do any of this. She runs up on your damn Simple Simon ass and is yelling at you that you got to do everything the rest of these folks here did not have to do. Yeah, they were probably smarter, man. It doesn't make you a real man to overpay. It just makes you a dumb one. Manhood costs millions, but femininity today can be found at the damn Dollar Tree. He's going to be giving $100,000 worth of masculine excellence, performance, productivity, protection, provision. And she's going to sit at the house working on her body positivity. And you go to work every day and it's like watching the hands on the clock, just so slowly, so gradually, she's beginning to become something far different than what she was when you met her. This was her in front of the refrigerator back then. This is her in front of the refrigerator now. Was this what you paid for? Was that what you actually thought you were gonna get? While somebody is trying to tell you about making her life easier, I'll be damned. So the fellas, about one more thing, the fellas gotta go to work, then go to the gym, and then go take care of his side hustle, and then come home and help take care of the kids because she's not doing it by herself. She's not taking care of the kids by herself, and then he's gotta sit up here and take care of the house chores, car repairs, home repairs. So he's carrying everything he was carrying before and then some, and she's now carrying a third. And then what you were thinking, because she promised you, well, you know, if I could just stay at home and work on my femininity, that'd be so great if I could just work on my femininity. Having to do all this work, I can't come into my feminine. You sat up here and let her ass go home, and then she's sitting on the damn couch. That's getting in touch with her femininity. Got you paying the freight for it. And got these young men today. Let me tell y'all, I put up a post on Facebook where I said TikTok is where the 20-something-year-old females are at, and none of them are badgering men. None of them are nagging men to get married. Then again, females never do. When they are in their 20s and their body is banging like a sledgehammer, you don't hear none of them sitting up here talking about no damn marriage. She's like, hey, let me roam these streets. Let me roam these streets. Let me see what's out here. That's all they're doing in their 20s. They ain't worried about no marriage. They're young and their metabolism is so high they can just keep their body fit. They ain't got to do no push-ups or sit-ups. They can just stay naturally like that because their metabolism's high. As soon as about 25 years old, kick in. Here you go. It starts to fall off, but until then, what are you talking about? When they're in their 20s, they ain't trying to hear no damn marriage. She's trying to get that body count up. She's like, look here, let me go see every dude who want to holler. Let me go ahead and let me go taste the candy. Soon as they hit their damn 30s or God forbid their 40s, that's where all the aged out, washed up, wrinkled up, beat down, beat up, run through baby mamas all sitting. The young chicks are sitting on TikTok, ain't badgering nobody about getting married. The aged out hoes who got run through, they all sitting over there on Facebook now. They're all sitting over there on Instagram. Instagram is getting progressively older. They're all sitting over there now, whining and nagging. Whining and nagging. But them young chicks over there on TikTok, they're not giving no problem. She's just like, hey, she's cool as a fan. But the older chicks are over there nagging your ear off. All over there on Facebook and Instagram trying to gaslight all damn day. Now they want to talk about getting married. Hell yeah. Now that half the damn Bronx done steamrolled them draws, now she wants, I need a nigga to marry me. I'm trying to get serious. I need a nigga to marry me. If marriage was not a priority in your 20s, how dare you tell a man that he's going to get you with, I'm talking about this heifer been tag team like the damn WWE Royal Rumble with niggas done pounced on top of her. She comes back to you when them draws have been thoroughly beaten down. You're getting all the damn liabilities and baggage. And then she's telling you, okay, I need to get married now. No, you need to sit your ass down. That's what you need to do. You need to accept this side chick position. And the killing part about it is the dumbass idiot who sits up here and does that. The fella who does give in to these young dudes, those of you who give in to these unreasonable demands, you're the guy she cheats on. You're the guy that she does the worst. Because a woman knows that you were stupid to overpay. So she can't respect you. She respects the fella who says it like it is. She doesn't respect you. Now, she'll take what you got. She'll run them pockets. But she doesn't respect you. But then again, a bunch of these fellas today don't even need respect, man. They're so desperate to get something. Jason and Reggie, y'all just get easy right there. They ain't feeling right for me, man. I looked into her heart, man. You ain't looked into nothing. You just gave up. You just gave up, dude. Just say that like it is. You just gave up. You're done. You're done. You don't have any more fight left in you. And now you're just subject to suggestion. That's all. However, some of you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is the one. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. To the Grinch, thank you very much. SR, thank you very much for your support as well. OGK Network, Madman in Clean Clothes, and Man Project Leroy. Keith Lashley, thank you all very much for supporting tonight's program, and everyone who has contributed tonight. We appreciate that as well. Also, the Zoom is up and going here as well. We'll go ahead and get that popping. If you want to join us on Zoom, definitely you can do that. Zoom does get priority. However, please keep in mind that if you are going to use Zoom, make sure that you have your camera and your microphone on. That's all we require. So do not log into Zoom or try to use Zoom without the camera and the microphone on. I'm not going to put any of your stuff on until after we made sure you have that on for us there. Zoom does get priority. Zoom does get pushed to the front of the line. But please remember, that's all we require of you if you're going to do that. If, however, you just want to call in the telephone lines, the number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Tonight, we are talking about manhood costs millions. Have you seen the cost of a car today? Have you seen the cost of a house today? And then a female tells you that she wants you to carry all the cost of a house, a car, maintenance, kids in school, groceries, gasoline. She wants to leave the workforce because she can't take it. She wants to leave the workforce because the stress is too much for her. But apparently they don't think that this monumental amount of stress is too much for you. She's literally telling you that she's tapping out. Can't take no more. I'm tapping out. And she wants you to carry the load. So the load is too crushing and too devastating for her. But she doesn't think it's too much or too devastating or too crushing for you. She thinks the workforce is just fine to grind you into powder. But as far as her, she's too good for that. Your grandmother was not too good to take care of a man and his kids and hold a job, but while they had to do actual manual labor. But the most coddled generation of spoiled brat females in the history of humanity, all of a sudden, they are telling you, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do all that. I'm too good for that. And then there's going to be a bunch of fellas sitting up here believing it, going for it. And let's just say like who is. These chicks are implying to you. That's what that, I just want to stay home. I want to nurture you and the children in our home. He's sitting up. Come on, fellas, just tell the truth. When they say that kind of garbage, you are assuming that by nurturing you, she means, yeah, she want to come nurture. So that's right. Why, if she's got more free time, more free time? Yeah, look here. Well, yeah, she can have the kids, and if she's home more, why, this saves more time for me. Yeah, how could I turn that deal down? Let's just say it like it is, fellas. When chicks say that, you tell yourself, well, no, this means she gonna get more time from me. That's good, because, I've always been neglected, and I ain't never been able to get no attention like that, so it's a good thing we got him over here now. I can go ahead and take care of me. And she has tricked you because you thinking to yourself that you're going to subsidize more sexual time or more personal time. Well, if I send her home, she'll really be in good shape then. Man, y'all sound like the Democrats talking to black folk at election time. Well, vote for us. We ain't did nothing for you, but if you vote for us again, we'll really do something for you this next time, though. We ain't did nothing for you the last 20 times, but vote for us this time. We'll really do something this next time. I'm really serious now. We ain't bullshitting. I'm really going to do something this time. What are you going to do? I'm going to do some things. What are you going to do? I'm going to do some stuff. What are you going to do? I'm going to do some big things. Man, if you don't get specific, ride and die, live all boots. If the kids is doing good, ain't you doing good? If the kids is doing good, then ain't you doing good too? Ain't that what they're hitting y'all with? If the kids are doing good, then you're doing good too now. See, these are your children here. The kids are doing all right. This little bastard has been sitting up here watching the damn meat Teletubbies while she's sitting on the couch eating pox. Some of these niggas will go for anything. All right, let's go over here to the telephone lines. Let me get caller from area code 469. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, this is Tony Armstrong at Freeport.
Okay, turn your speakers off. What the hell is wrong
All right,
with you?
gotcha.
What the hell are you doing, man? When you pick up the phone here, you already know what it's supposed to be. See, this is why the hoes are sitting up here running. This one of the niggas right here, y'all. Just, if you want to know who it is, it's right here. This is it. What is on your mind, such as
yes,
this?
Yes, sir, I am him. What's your question?
Take your dumb ass back to the special needs club. Get your ass back over there with Damn Me the Blind Side. Somebody come get your Waldo Faldo ass nephew off my damn phone. Am I on here? Hey, James, oh, man, I can't be, I can be right here. Can I do that? Was I wrong? Call America 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Black folks are calling out a deep east side Oakland, California.
Nigga, you see what I got to deal with tonight?
Oh man, that's probably one of them same ass niggas in that clearance discount Derek Jackson ass nigga that posted that bullshit. Man, that's the first time I ever heard of that dude. I've never heard of I'm not gonna mention his name, but posting that nonsense. What kind of sense does that make for a working woman to all of a sudden say, well, now that we married, I want to sit back and kick it. Well, if that's the case, since that's your deal, you want to change the terms in the marriage. Well, I want to go get like 4 or 5 side chicks then. That fair is fair. No, woman, like I posted on your Facebook post, get your ass back out there, back to work, and get your heels to clicking. All right. We both have to work, especially out here in the Bay. All right. We already know how high it is, the cost of living and everything. If I got to work, you got to work. Also, you got to pay tribute. If I'm going to be marrying you, number one, I'm going to get you checked out so you don't pull no shit like that on me if I was to get married. But number two, you don't get to change the game in the 5th inning.
No, brother, we're being demanded to do so much more. Do y'all realize that's why I was putting up these numbers the way that I did? That's the reason why I did that. I wanted you all to understand we're being asked to pay for a woman's car as much as our daddies paid for a house. Now, you think about that for just a few moments. So if we're suffering that kind of inflation, Black Voltron, here's the damn issue, my dude. Where's the, if we're doing 10 times more than our fathers and grandfathers, then shouldn't we be getting 10 times more than our fathers and our grandfathers? How the hell is it we're doing 10 times more than them to get the same thing? We're not doing 10 times more to even get twice what they got. We're actually doing 10 times more to get a tenth of what they got. If we're doing 10 times more, it's only right that we should be receiving 10 times more. We're doing 10 times more the work. She's getting 10 times the benefit that our grandmothers did. Brother, you about as old as me. You remember grandmama had to wait till she was in her 60s to get that Cadillac so you can go to church and put on that big hat. She had to wait till her 60s to get that. These chicks today expect that to be rolling up in their damn 20s, 30s at the very latest. Okay, so we got to leapfrog dad and granddad by 25 years? And with basically the same, with a dollar that's worth 10 times, was worth a tenth of what his was, but we have to do 10 times more with it. Okay, then we should be getting, you're getting 10 times the man that our grandmothers and grandfathers got. Black Voltron, shouldn't we be getting 10 times the woman?
And absolutely, and it's not just that. Not only expect us to have 10 times the income and 10 times the resources, but they expect us to keep ourselves in shape. You got to keep fucking. That's the law. Like you, 15, 18, 21. They expect 10 times the man in all our areas, all areas of manhood, but they don't have to produce. I'll be damned if I'm going to pay, in strictly economic sense, I'm going to pay inflated prices for a depreciating asset. That's hustling backwards. No fucking way. And that entitlement mentality that a lot of these women have, unfortunately, is permeating the United States and the world. But, we men, we all have a choice. We can always say no and hell no. That's not going to happen. If you don't get your ass back to work, I guess we get in a divorce, or even better, don't get married in the first place. Then you're stuck. Oh, you going to go find you another man? Good luck with that. There's more y'all than there is of us. It's called supply and demand. Deal with it. But, appreciate it. Thanks for the broadcast tonight. Straight fire and be one to the fullest.
Thank you very much for giving us a call, brother. Like I say here, man, if you're going to make a deal, you need to make a good deal. You don't go making a raw deal. Somebody telling you they're going to give you 1/10 of what your granddaddy got, and you're going to pay 10 times as much. What in the hell? Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. I've got Kia on the line, and I don't mean the car dealership. What's on your mind?
Hey, no, I was calling in because you said I had to.
Yeah, you have to call in. Okay, what's on your minds?
No, I mean, I like I said on Facebook, I understand that you don't feel like housework is the way women make it seem, and I understand that based off of the fact that there's a lot of young women my age that aren't doing um, housework in the way that I do. So I'm sure that's why a lot of them cannot stand on.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish now. I just want to back up, so just make sure that my Humpty ears don't deceive me. You said, because the thing is, I know that there's a lot of females who don't do housework the way that I do. So what you're saying is that your housework is superior to most of these other women's housework. And I'm just thinking to myself, this sounds so familiar, like when females swear up and down that her sex is so much better than everybody else's. Now, I'm not saying that that's what you're saying exactly. One, I'm just saying, wow, this has an eerie, familiar ring to it. So I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. You're saying that Kia's housework is superior to most of these other women's housework out here.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, because I could have swore you just said that.
Well,
but okay.
I'm not saying that directly. I'm just saying in my interactions with a lot of women my age, especially in these luxury groups, they get maids. Like, they very clearly talk about hiring other people to come in and clean their house so they could just sit there and relax. I don't like that. I want to make sure there's bleach in my dishwater. I want to scrub around my toilet. I have gloves. That's how I like my house clean, especially my kitchen and my bathroom. I don't play about those two areas. I don't like dust and things collecting on the steps and the corners. Like, I like to clean my house thoroughly. We don't wear shoes in my house, correct? Right? We don't wear shoes in my house. So that's how I like to clean. So yes, it does take me a bit more longer to complete that task, especially if I'm doing a deep cleaning. Other times I will be just straightening up here and there, but I also go and pick up my kids. I go to the market. So there's a lot that I do.
Okay, let's start from a grassroots level here. How many hours a day does your husband work?
I would say
he's right there. You can just, she literally can turn to her left and ask him. He's right there. He doesn't have to come on camera.
9, 10.
Okay, thank you. I'm about to say, she's like, I don't know. Let me guess through it. He's right there. Literally. In any case, let's just go. I'm going to be generous. Let's just stick with 9 hours here. Okay, I'm going to give him 8 hours, 1 hour for lunch. And I'm just going to say that he
doesn't take a lunch.
I'm just going to assume that he drives the Starship Enterprise to work and he can just light speed up the freeway and light speed back home. I'm going to give him 9 hours. I'm going to spot him that commute is what I'm going to do. All right, so 9 hours. That leaves you at home for the most part for 9 hours by yourself. Mm-hmm. Now, are you saying I've never gone into your business or anything like that. You have kids?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
I have 2.
Okay, so everything's in the right area. They're about how old?
9 and 10. Okay,
so they're not toddlers. So they're 9 and 10 years old. So basically their age, they're about 4 years older than I was when I started being a latchkey kid. Because I started that back in elementary school. All right. But basically, they're more than old enough to get in and out of the house by themselves and get in the mischief of all manner at this point right now, unless they fail to thrive. And I don't believe that. All right. So with that being the case, 9 hours. We're not dealing with little kids for the most part. You can tell them to pick up behind themselves. So starting at roughly 8 o'clock in the morning. What exactly is it that you need to do 5 days a week that requires more than 120 minutes of your time?
Well, I have to help them brush their teeth, wash their face.
You have to help a 10-year-old brush his teeth.
Yes, I have to make sure that they're doing it correctly. Yes.
Okay, but you're not holding the toothbrush.
No.
Okay, so you're not actually helping them brush their teeth. You check their teeth later. So that's not a...
Well, I'm standing in the bathroom with them, making sure they're doing it correctly.
Okay. Ma'am.
I mean, like...
okay, let me answer you. So let me get this straight. They're 10 years old. And by the way, for most of us, our parents were not doing that. So already I'm like... All right. In 24 months, are you still going to be saying, I still need to be standing there watching them brush their teeth?
Now, I hope the older they get, the more independent they become, the less I have to be called, the less they have to come get me for stuff. So I like to kind of provide them with a certain way of doing things and kind of letting them go on their own and
Right,
see how successful.
but again, a 12-year-old. At what point at what point have you done your job as the mom to make sure nobody needs to stand over them to brush their teeth? We're talking about brushing teeth, not rebuilding a transmission. So,
Right.
I mean, we're just talking about brushing teeth here. That's what if they were tying your tennis shoes. This is not rocket science. This isn't higher level stuff. So a 10-year-old should be able to competently brush their teeth without supervision. And what I'm saying is that if you're saying this at 10, I'm like, I know where this is going. They're going to be 15 and we're still being told, I need to make sure they brush their teeth. We don't need that at 10, but what I'm saying is...
At 15,
right, but what we're saying is in the next 24 months, for certain, by the time of the age of 12, we shouldn't have anybody talking about the need to watch them brush their teeth, because ostensibly, how long have they been brushing their teeth? They're 10 years old at this point. So when did you start them brushing their teeth?
I mean, without like getting into like really personal things.
It's just a number.
Hey, listen. This is my fault. I take the blame as the husband. Not to get into too much of anything, but my children suffered quite a traumatic experience a few years ago with the incarceration of their mother,
Their biological mother.
Okay, I was about to say, Kia, you got a lot of explaining to do. It's just you missed that part.
No, and because of that, I coddled them for quite a while, and Kia has been trying to get them out of that. So I want to make that. I want to really make that plain. Like their mom was incarcerated. She was incarcerated for almost a year, and there was a lot of things that had to be undone. And me being a single father at the time when I met Kia, I just was coddling because I was trying to make up for that absence of that female energy. And then when she got them, we struggled back and forth in the beginning stages of our marriage with getting them aligned. And now we're here, and the children spend the majority of time with us, but we're trying to undo a lot of the things that happened when their mom came home, as well as some other things that happened, when we were going back and forth before we had custody situated and satisfied. So that part I do take the blame for, because it stemmed from, their mom not being around and me wanting to make sure, like, I'm giving them that nurture, that not only that I didn't get when I was a kid, but I, was afraid that they wouldn't get it all, because at the time we didn't know how long their mom would be incarcerated because of the charges against her. So that's where that comes from. So she's kind of beating around the bush because that's the part that she didn't want to explain.
Okay, well, certainly at this point right now, I mean, just from a physical standpoint, I'm pretty sure they can hold their brushes and things like that. They can dress.
Absolutely.
I'm assuming they can dress themselves, do their tennis shoes.
Absolutely.
Take a shower. There's their basic hygiene stuff like that. Okay, so I'm assuming
they
that
might not match, but they got clothes on.
Certainly within the next 24 months, I'm assuming that would be a done deal at that point, because at some point we have to be done with that. So what I'm saying is, okay, at that point right there, that's not a 2-hour issue either. What I'm saying is, like, Kia, I don't think she was spending 9 hours a day when she was a single woman, taking care of when she was.
No, I wasn't cleaning at all. I had a completely different life when I was single. When I was just, none of that was a priority to me. It was just leaving, getting takeout, getting facials, making sure I hit the gym, showing up for go-sees. Like, my life when I was single.
Right. Right. And what I'm saying is nothing took 9 hours. Nothing.
I
never said it took me 9 hours.
Okay, but no. What I'm saying is that that's the time allotment right there. Yeah, you got a whole lot more done by yourself. So when we say, okay, well, we just enter some kids in the equation, and all of a sudden, oh, I need 12 hours now. It's like, okay, we run the game at this point. If females can do that, if they can get away with it, they're going to. But just being matter of fact. Okay, Kids are pretty much on autopilot, especially at this point here, you're going to send them to school. Once they're gone to school, there's nothing that needs to be done and redone every day. If there is, there's there's, I don't know if y'all hosting house parties every day or whatever, but that would be the only way that would need to happen. So what I'm saying is that leaves 6-7 hours at least 4 or 5 days a week, at least 4 days of the week. Because when we were single, it didn't, you responded to my post where I said, when we were single, we only needed 2 hours to do these things in a day. We couldn't.
But when I was single, I didn't cook and clean at all. Like that wasn't even on my mind. So I have no comparison because now I care about it because I care about my home being a certain way. I care about when he walks in the door, there's like no weird smells from the trash or dishes in the sink. Like now I care about those things. But when I was single, I didn't care about any of this. Like none of this was important to me. I wasn't dirty because I wasn't raised that way, but I didn't care as much as I care now. Now I care about there being soap in a soap dispenser. I care about there being a certain amount of toilet tissue. I care about wipes being in the bathroom. I care about the seat. Like I care about that now.
But
I
Kia,
take that stuff.
25 years ago, I used to do office buildings also.
Right.
I had contracts for that. I mean, we're talking about 1,300 square feet. Got that done in 2 hours. Had to. So for anybody to tell me with a simple, and this we're talking about a place that had 20, 30 people in it, not two or three. So once again, if I could do that in 2 hours, how is it that any woman in America couldn't do a 1,500, 2,000 square foot home within a couple of hours and be done?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's my point.
I guess why I'm not as passionate to prove this is because, like I said, like when I'm physically doing the work, it takes me an amount of time. Sometimes I don't get everything done in one day. There's been times where I left my work at home to go help him at a job site. So my goal is to just fill in and do whatever I need to do because I had time, especially since I'm not in school. Because for most of our marriage, I was in school. So I'm not in school. I graduated a year ago. So now that I have a lot of time, because I didn't choose to go right into my career, I want to really be there for my kids and my husband, especially my husband, because he takes on so much. He does so much. He works so hard. He has a physically like grueling job. A lot of men don't have that type of job. So when that type of man comes home, he's very tired. He's in pain. There are days where he will stay in the shower. I will physically wash his body with my hands. When he comes out, I will massage his arms, legs. I get the pimples off his skin. That's very serious for me. I don't take that lightly. I'm very, very hands-on with what he needs. I try to anticipate what he needs, and that's my job. And the reason why I look at that as my job is I don't have to pay for bills. I don't pump gas. Anything I need, I can just put it in the cart on Amazon. He'll get it for it. If I say, babe, I need this, he'll just send me the money. So there's a lot of things I don't have to worry about because my job is primarily at home, and that's the way I prefer it. And I understand if that's not something that everybody else likes or maybe it's some men who don't want to come home to the same women every day and build that. It's some women who look at what I do and they think it's crazy. Like, how aren't you bored? Why would you? I don't care. This is my life.
Okay, but thank you. Yeah. There's my point right there. And I'm glad you made that point about it. But once again, that's what I'm saying is that the time frame holds. Doesn't matter who the female is. Doesn't matter what the circumstances are. That time frame for the stay-at-home woman holds. There's only about a 2-hour time frame from the time that the man gets up, and my post was not about people with children, by the way. That's why it didn't mention children, but it didn't even mention marriage, by the way. It could just be folks cohabitating.
Right.
But also, if they have children, there's only a 2-hour time window Monday through Friday where a woman is really dealing with the family, and they're all gone by then. Usually going to be 6 to 8 or 7 to 9, and they're going to be gone. And that will be it. After that, she's there for the next 9 hours by herself. Now, once the kids get to high school, that's usually going to be shortened to a window of about 6 hours. Generally, I know it varies from one state to another, but generally it's going to be a 6-hour window. But by that point, she doesn't have to do anything with the kids anymore except tell them what to do. So it gets a whole lot easier then, because now you just give them instructions, and now they're taking out the trash and doing the dishes and stuff like that. or at least they better be. They better be, because otherwise we're not preparing them to be functional adults. So at that point right now, that's, once again, like I said, as time goes on, your responsibilities in that regard get fewer and fewer. That's the whole point of raising a family, is so those responsibilities get fewer and fewer. Right. Then when you get a point now, as you get with that time frame, here's the thing that the men are having an issue with, and here's what I was talking about.
Right.
As that time frame goes on, that we're talking about the value of it, not the value of a person. It's not, we're not discussing that. We're talking about the value of that type of arrangement. Now, for you and yours, especially with the point you're at right now, this is a really critical thing. If it's his preference to have you available like that, that's great. That's wonderful. If that's what serves his interest, that's perfectly fine. Right. However, by the same token, can everybody admit it's like there's a big gap of free time in there? There's just simply not. It's like with some of my contract employees, there's not 9 hours of work to do. Right. There's just not there to be done. So I used to get angry when I saw them sitting around doing nothing, and then I realized they're actually, if I tell them to do something, they're getting into mischief. So I don't want that either. So I kind of just learned to leave them alone. But there's not actually 9 hours of anything to do, not every day. Some days you're probably going to have something that's happening. You're going to be busy all day because something stupid occurred. The dog spit on the floor or something. You're going to be fighting with that for the next day. Got it. But on the average, there's just not enough going on for that to occur. So then the question becomes, is the man getting that type of value? Without me getting in, I'm not going to get into your business. What I'm saying is that, remember what I said earlier about if you're making $150,000 or $200,000 a year. No, I'm not getting in your business there. I'm just saying, at that point, she's being provided with $150,000, $200,000 worth of lifestyle. Are you getting $150,000, $200,000 worth of value?
And so for me, the value is there, and I want to express to everybody, you have to. I chose exactly what I wanted, the way I wanted it, how I wanted it, and then I did my absolute best to cultivate it. I understand the numbers, and I really understand the numbers because I own a construction company. So in the summertime and the springtime, we're huge. In the fall and the wintertime, work kind of dies off. I understand that trend. I ran daycares for 10 years and then came back to construction. Well, I'm third generation construction. So when I started my construction company, I knew what it was. But I knew at the same time that even when my wife graduated, because I paid for her schooling, even when she graduated, I didn't want her to feel the need to go and get another daddy, like a boss. I consider that a daddy. I didn't want some man yelling at her all day and then her coming home and her not being able to fulfill my needs. I thought it was more advantageous for me to go put in 10 to 12 hours. When I first started the business, I was doing about 14 hours a day, and I did that for about 2 years straight. And I thought it was more advantageous for me to work longer, harder hours so that she didn't have to work, especially since the children were younger at that time. Now the children are older. Their school is about close to an hour away, so there's a commute with their school that she hasn't brought up, and so we'll bring all that full circle. But for me, the value is that when I started my business, my wife put up 2 credit cards to help me start my business. Now, and as of last year, just throwing out numbers, my business was able to gross $426,000. But that in its infant stage wasn't grossing anything, and I didn't have the credit at the time. So my wife took her Capital One card, and I was in a Chase Sapphire card. That bought me the tools that I needed to start my business, and so that was a symbiotic relationship where I don't feel a debt, but I feel a responsibility to allow her to be home. If she frolics for 6 hours, she frolics for 6 hours. I'm not here to complain, but I know when I come through the door, I want my home cleaned. I want my kitchen cleaned. I want the food to be ready to come to me or almost ready to come to me. I want to be greeted at the door. I want to be treated a certain way. And I understand that when a woman is doing 8 to 10 hours a day, that a lot of times she don't have that left for me. And that's so important to me that I'd rather put in an extra 2 to 4 hours of work in a day just so I can have that, because that part is important to me. So the value to me personally is there. Also, I'm in a trade, in a profession that generates the money. I've been blessed by God to be able to be in a profession that provides, like, my profession is kind of AI proof. Like, no one cares about AI when their toilet is leaking or their roof is leaking or they want a new kitchen or a new bathroom or a new basement. They don't care about AI. They want to know, can you come and fix or build the thing that I need? So I'll pay you. Yeah, I'll pay you to come today. That's the reality of it. So I've been fortunate in that space by itself. But the value is, hey, wife, I need something at Home Depot or at the bath supply. Go and use my account and go and grab it and bring it to me and be ready to deliver it and drive 45 minutes to get to me. Now, is that every day? No. Is it every week? No. Is there going to be days and weeks that she frolics? Yes, but that's the trade-off. I'm willing to do the trade-off. I tell people all the time, if you're not making enough money, don't even play the game. Don't play the game. Don't get married. Just date and have fun and
okay, there's the part right there where we're gonna have a divergence. When you say, because and I think marriage can be a wonderful institution. I think that's great and wonderful and everything. Here's the issue. The issue is exactly what you just said there. You say, well, if you can't afford it, problem. Being single costs us more. Obviously, what you're saying is that you have a situation where you have two people cooperating. So those of us who are single, actually, hell, we get less in taxes. I mean, I'm a business owner, yes, but without that, it would be a hell of a thing out here.
Especially under Biden, it would be brutal.
Well, yeah, definitely. Let me tell you. But the only issue here is that I'm glad to see you all's cooperation has worked out. That's wonderful. That's great. Her investing in your business from the beginning, that's rare. Rare as hen's teeth. So that's great if you got that in that regard. And with everything comes after that. Now, let's change the scenario slightly. She was living by herself as a single woman when you met her. She's going to college. She's getting her degree. You move her in with you. You do not have children.
We had children.
No. I'm saying I'm changing.
Okay.
Let's say we have a single woman and you two do not have any children at all. Period. It's just the two of you. Do you still get married?
You don't have to.
It depends on what her goals are.
Okay, thank you. So now it depends
on what her goals are.
That's great. That's wonderful. Now, let's just say you do make the decision to get married. Let's just say you decide you're going to go ahead and do that. Does she need to be a stay-at-home woman? Now, notice, y'all, I hope everybody in the world is listening to me and knows that the difference in terms I keep using. I didn't say stay-at-home mom, and I didn't say stay-at-home wife. I'm using a term that applies to every female on the planet. A stay-at-home woman. If you two are married but do not have children, does she still need to be a stay-at-home woman?
I don't think it's a case of whether she needs to be. For me personally, if I can afford it, that's what I want and that's what I like, because I find it befitting to my personality.
Right, but you do understand though that there's also a cost that comes along with that. No, not a financial one. We're talking about a social and physical one.
Yeah,
and I see that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say simply answer yes or no. Don't give any extras beyond that. Just yes or no. I'm trying to help before I even get started. Generally speaking, when a woman gets married, we start to notice changes.
Yes.
They get comfortable.
Yes.
They kind of slide out of their fighting trim. If just for spits and giggles, if we were to compare a picture from 5 years ago and today, would they be identical?
No.
And that's the problem that we would have. Right there. It's one, you have a value added in that you have children. This, in your case, is different. Like, we got a single father in this case. So that's actually the bottom. This, I would say, I don't mean the bottom is in regard. I'm talking about there's only about 20% of you all. So that's a minority. But for the majority, they're usually dealing with a single mother or a woman with no children. If a man is going to give her $300,000, $400,000 of upgrade, productivity, sole provision, he's going to want, usually we're going to want a woman who's $300,000 of feminine excellence. I'm not discussing her character. That's not up for debate. Her character is not what we're discussing. Her principles, intelligence, that's not up for debate. But from the rest of us, our priority would be presentation because that's all we have.
But Jason, my situation was different because when I met my wife, she had just come out of a modeling contract with Ford.
Right.
So she was up to renew, chose not to renew her contract because of certain stuff in the industry.
Right, but I'm saying, but for those of us without children, that would be the only thing we would get. That's all by itself.
My answer is don't get married. Like, don't. Like, if marriage is not something that you personally believe in and it's like a strong thing for you, I say all the time, I think a lot of people are married and shouldn't be. I think a lot of people feel they must get married and they don't have to. Like, don't get married.
Yeah, but here's the problem. A person doesn't value something they don't have to work for. Now, that's a truism of human nature. The more easy you make something, the more for granted the person takes it.
It don't have value. It doesn't hold.
Correct. So in the 21st century, we have women who are doing less than they've ever done. Once again, my grandmother had to wash clothes by hand on the old washing board. The iron that they had back then was the old-fashioned iron. They just heated up the thing on. Didn't have the water on it or nothing. So you had to do it the old-fashioned way. That was what we were used to. I'm from the deep South. So that was what I saw as a child growing up. We don't have any of that today. I'm before the microwave was really ubiquitous. Look it up. So I come from that time period. So I've watched all that happen where nowadays, quote unquote, taking care of the home is, flipping the switch and the clothes start spinning, flipping the switch and the dishes start spraying, flipping the switch and the microwave comes on. Now, I'm sure Kia doesn't have to do the microwave thing. She's already expressed that she's learned how to cook and things like that, which is great. She's been studying that. That's fabulous. Your experience is a bit atypical, but what is not atypical is that's the part right there that would concern anybody, which is the easier that situation gets for a person, the less that they have to actually put into it, the less people tend to value it.
I can't argue with that. I would never tell anybody that I'm the rule. I would always say that I'm the exception. I literally was a single father who the baby mom was incarcerated. Like, if that's not the flip on the head, then I don't know what is. That literally is the flip on the head. And I never wanted to stay in the state that we're in. I always wanted to build a big home. I always wanted to own my own business. And I always wanted my wife to be in a situation where she only worked if she chose to work.
Right, but what you just said right there, that's and I've been rather diplomatic tonight because I didn't do the black Ayatollah thing. Because y'all are good people, and I want to be diplomatic about that because that's my point, which is that if the average man, and average means 90%, if they tried the exact same thing that you did, first of all, their girlfriend is going to be taking his credit card, not the other way around. He's going to be giving money for her beauty shop or her cosmetology shop. Her hair shop is not going to be the other way around.
Hair shop.
The second he makes $250 a year, she's running to the divorce lawyer. Yeah. She's coming to him with 3 kids by Lil Ray and Mike and Lil Slug and Catfish and Cornbread. Yeah. So generally speaking, it's going to be it's going to be actually the opposite. So I can understand you got the value out of it, and so far she's honored the agreement. That's great. But these terms under which you're operating, these are the terms that usually go disastrous for 90% of men. Yes. That's the issue. So the fact that you've been the exception to the rule, that's wonderful. I sure as hell hope it lasts. Right. But if most men who are trying this, it ends disastrously. primarily because they're not going into the same terms. They don't have a woman who does that, or if she does, she feels entitled.
But Jason, that goes back to what you talked about before. A lot of it, for me personally, I see is culture. Like, I specifically was looking for an Afro Latina. Now, I won't say that I'm a foundational black, but you'll never see me chasing after a white woman. Never have, never will. But I wanted someone who came that understood that my black culture, I hate using black, African American, I hate using that word too, understood my culture while at the same time had a lot of the values that I had grown to love from the Hispanic culture. They had one of the lowest divorce rates in the world. You look at the Mexican divorce rate, it's 6%. You look at the American divorce rate, it's 62%. And so, you know, my wife's background is also Cuban, is also Brazilian, and she spent a lot of time with her abuela. So a lot of the values that she has aren't coming from the American side. They're coming from the Hispanic side. And that to me was important when we were getting to know each other. I want to know what your stock is, because your mom will tell me a lot, but your grandma will tell me even more.
Well, brother, I can tell you right now, the 3 sluttiest, dirtiest, grimiest females I know have come from Puerto Rican and Dominican background. And grew up in New York. I lived in New York. I would never mess with them. They were from New York too, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. And I lived in Brooklyn. No, thank you.
Yeah. So that in my experience, that's kind of gone the other, and it was their grandmothers who started it. You gotta
understand. A lot of them are European Hispanic. I'm specifically looking for Afro Latinas. Like Afro Latinas and the European Hispanics, they a lot of times they don't even mix. You know, you'll have a light skinned Cuban,
well, that's true,
Cuban, and they don't even get along. They're culturally different because of the way they're treated in their own land. So,
well, for the ones that identify, actually identify, because there's another issue, because Sammy Sosa, which is another
thing in itself. Yeah,
if you get a Sammy Sosa, it doesn't do you any good. So, like I say, but more than that though, in Kia's case, she's shown a propensity to want to learn. So for however's happened, you got her, she's not set in her ways, she's not stuck in her ways. That right there alone is rare.
But I want to say that aside from, I guess, my cultural rate, like raising or rearing, a lot of my desire to have a family and to hold on to my husband and make sure I select a certain way, it comes from what I saw in my mom. When my parents got divorced and I saw how my mom struggled to raise me, she was a single mom, how much she had to do, how many jobs she had to work. And I swear, like, I have so much appreciation for the money and time that she put into still making sure I had access to ballet and went to the museums. And I swear, I appreciate it so much. But I just knew I didn't want to be like her. I didn't want to be a single mom. I didn't want to do like change my time. I didn't want that. And so when I got old enough to feel like I could be somewhat of a good wife, which is like 21, I started dating certain guys for a reason, and not dating certain guys for a reason, because I realized that I ultimately did want to be a wife and I did want to be married. And that was always important to me. And again, to answer what you were kind of talking about earlier about how men are not getting that same type of deal when they try to replicate kind of what we have going on. And mind you, we're not perfect. We don't have the perfect relationship. It's not even that. It's just we both want it. So that's why we're both actively working towards it. I think a lot of people should stop looking at traditional setups or dynamics because they just don't work anymore based off of the cost of living.
Right. And so, but that's another thing there, though. It's like, okay, fine. When you say we shouldn't be looking to traditional dynamics. Understood.
Polygamy 2030. Polygamy 2030. Polygamy 2030. Polygamy.
For those who
you need 3 or 4 to afford this life, Jason. You need 3 or 4. You need
yeah. Well, okay, but you need to have a purpose. Okay, but the thing is, you need to have a purpose also, because the difference here is, like I say, you're business minded. You know, you weren't a guy who was looking to just say, well, let me get enough money to get my beer and cigarettes and go home. So you were pursuing a purpose. You brought her into the pursuit of that purpose. So when you got that as your foundation and you don't have a bunch of disruption, great things happen after that. She came in obviously looking here to see what she could contribute. Yeah. The whole point of my post was that is not what 90% of females are doing today. Their idea of a relationship is, what can I take?
Yeah, what can I take? What resources can I get for myself?
Exactly. So
Yes.
that's why that 9 hours a day today for the majority of females is, for the man, it's wasted money and wasted time, because he has no return on the investment.
I agree.
In Kia's case, maybe it's a little bit different because she used to do professional modeling. So maybe that principle of it and her practice, she takes that kind of thing more seriously. But for the average female, and 90% of them, they got a different mindset about it. They don't have that principle at all. They've never had to have that routine of even upkeeping themselves in that manner. And when they're going into a relationship, the whole thing today is about running men's pockets. And here's the critical part. The philosophy today is not 50-50. And the philosophy today is not 70-30. The operating philosophy today is, how can I get a man who will do everything while I give him absolutely nothing? And I'm not being hyperbolic. The game plan today is, how do I get a man who will upgrade my life in every way and give me everything I ever wanted? And in return, I will plan consciously to give him nothing.
Well, Jason, my question to you is, do you think that that's just with blacks, or mostly blacks, or is that with all women?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, the red pill community was started by a bunch of white dudes. So very clearly, they've got a long list of complaints and grievances. So clearly, they're experiencing that. In Asian society, they're a lot more discreet about it. But Professor Black Truth has done videos about this before. The women most likely to date outside of their race are Asian women. And the Asian men are not thrilled about that at all. So, and the number one issue they have is when the white men show up, the Asian chicks start doing what they do. So you start to see that kind of thing happening as far as Latinas are concerned. Once again, and for the slow bus kids out there who didn't understand what he was saying there before, folks, Hispanic is not a race, it's an ethnicity. We're going to remind people of that. So when the white Latinos come to us and say, they Hispanic, we have to remind them, no, Hispanic is not a race, it's an ethnic group. So folks want to pick and choose when they acknowledge that. So it's just you're kind of going, you kind of whizzed by.
Even talk about it.
You kind of whizzed by him like a soccer ball when you did that. So it's just that's why I'm not saying anything. I'm like, okay,
people are ignorant.
We'll be here all night trying to remind them that we can't pick and choose, but we can't pick and choose Hispanic is a ethnicity. We can't pick and choose that. Either it is or it isn't. So if it is, okay, fine. I'm not going to glorify it. The one thing I don't want to do is glorify it in that manner, because traditional Black American values are top of the chain, top of the line. Our marriage rates were fantastic until we went into feminism. So it was all that integration in the 60s and whatnot. That's when you immediately see that fall off, which means somebody's got another agenda going on there. So you'll generally be in very good shape. It's been my experience to see these other folk coming here and stuff in Queens, the Bronx. I'll leave it there. And it tends to do that.
We both left New York. We live in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania now, and our goal is to build our home in Texas. Yeah. And we're not even where our land is that we purchased is above Houston, so it's not even actually in Houston. And our whole goal is, I don't want to say isolation, but we would like to be like we chose that community because that community is full of families. That entire community where we purchased that land is full of mommies and daddies. Not mommies or daddies and daddies, but like really mommies and daddies and kids. And that's the type of community that I would like for my children turn 18, for them to be a part of and see that institution of marriage works, not just in mommy and daddy's house, but it works for other people as well.
So that's good, because what you're showing is that's what I meant by you have a purpose, you have an agenda, you have a plan. It's not just some single mom trying to find some dude to rescue her or whatever. So what we have is a solidity of purpose, and there's actual conscious planning going on. That's great. That's wonderful. The issue is that your situation is a unicorn, and that's why Kia thinks I was just giving her a hard time to be giving her a hard time. The issue is I can't project a unicorn dynamic onto the general population. You won the lottery. That's great. That's wonderful. The average male is out here trying to do exactly what your husband is doing and getting his ass handed to him. Trying to do the same thing.
Should. I don't, and I find myself in opposition a lot of time with young women because I say to them all the time, y'all want a good man that works hard, that pays all your bills, that you don't have to worry about anything about, but you don't even want to make his plate. And it doesn't work. And vice versa. You have men who want women like myself, but they want to lie and cheat and not be accountable. Don't want to have, don't just want to sit in the bed and watch reels and like, they are incompatible. And I honestly wish more people, and I say this all the time, were honest with themselves, what they can realistically do, what they can realistically maintain, who can they realistically attract, and then focus on what's actually feasible for them. And you wouldn't have so many people trying to access people that they really don't have the skills and the background to facilitate. And I think that's really what the problem is you have women trying to get with providers who don't want to be there to actually help them. And you have men who want top tier women, not just look wise, but they want to be lazy. They don't want to do anything. They don't even want to go anywhere. They don't want to become interesting. Like, there's so much going on, which I do think is somewhat strategic, that's feeding the algorithm. And they know if I keep making these videos popular, people will watch them. But I think some of it is people are just disconnected from reality. And they're buying into talking points, and because they have limited life experiences dating and being
it's worse than that. It's worse than that because what you're seeing is a hostility. There is an open, blatant hostility towards men, and Oprah Winfrey was just a big bellwether of kicking that kind of thing off. But now, 2 generations later, the females today are just full blown vampire ravenous. It's about getting over on men. It's not a good relationship or a worthwhile relationship unless it's an exploitative one. So now we just sit around and compare notes. Let's lie to them about being pregnant. Let's lie to them about being married. About that, I mean by being single. You got a husband. Let's lie to them about who the dad is. Everything now is calibrated towards a conscious effort to exploit the men on every single level. So marriage to them has no value if they're not allowed to exploit the man. In Kia's case, and we got the man sitting right here and he's saying he's very happy with the situation. Clearly, he does not feel he's being exploited. Clearly, he feels that his efforts, he's getting a return on his investment for his efforts. He's getting an adequate return on it.
I have sex when we log off, so I'm gonna get all my returns.
Okay, let's.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna get my returns. I want everybody. I'm gonna get my returns.
Married people do that. I don't know why. It's just, but certainly what you want to do is make sure for men that's not even their biggest concern. Their biggest concern is being respected.
Yes.
Number one, that has nothing to do with sex.
Yes.
Biggest
and how my children are being raised when I'm not around.
The females we have the best sex with are the ones who don't respect us. The crazy hoes who don't respect us. So married folks sex is
get the PFA on.
Yeah, married folks sex is very bland. The best sex with the females are crazy and they don't respect you and they're chasing you around the house with butcher knives. That's what the best sex is. However, it's also where the least respect is. So it's just like
chaos.
You have, I don't even want to say no peace of mind. Yeah. At a certain point, now we don't have dignity.
Yeah, you live
There's
in chaos.
The issue. Well, dignity. A man is supposed to, what Kia's worried about is all women are worried about. You're worried about a man's willingness to sacrifice himself for you because this marriage is worthless if that man is not willing to sacrifice himself for you. Okay, but what's the cost of that? A man isn't going to sacrifice himself for a woman who doesn't respect him, for a woman who doesn't have the value that is commensurate with the level of respect he's supposed to have. A man doesn't sacrifice himself for a woman that other people don't respect because of her behavior. A man doesn't do that. So there's where the problem comes in is if you're giving somebody $300,000 worth of value and the respect quotient is not there, there's where you get into trouble at. And that's the rule today for most men. The more productive he is, the more beneficial he is, the less he gets. And then the internet has just become one big gaslighting chamber to convince men to be as productive as possible, but to demand as little as possible. And that in return for demanding as little as possible, this will allow her to come into her quote unquote femininity, which we all know is supposed to mean size 6 with double D cups. Okay, fine. But coming into her femininity usually today is defined as not doing anything for you.
Yeah.
She can be as beautiful as she wants to be, nice as she wants to be, vacations, Dubai, and you are just the guy who pays for it. You're separated from it. And there's a conscious effort to say that's what the ideal female marriage today is.
Yeah. Well, you getting killed. You getting killed.
Those are not the type of women I associate myself with. I don't believe in it fundamentally. I think that is literally poisoning, specifically the Black community. That mindset is very dangerous and it's very self-destructive for anyone.
But it's also the rule.
It is the rule.
No, I understand it. But like, all I can keep saying to that is, if you value marriage like I did and like he did, then you have to be much more adept at evaluating people quickly. If you don't, if you are the type of person where a non-traditional lifestyle works for you or a non-traditional relationship setup works for you, then I encourage people all the time to explore those options, because that just may be better for the kind of society we're heading into. The lack of morals, accountability, finances, inflation. Like, people may not be able to do the type of things that we're doing, and certainly not what our grandparents did anymore, because it doesn't work. And I don't think that's shameful. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think you have to do it our way. I think people have to be honest about which way they can do things and then do that.
Ladies, the man you looking for is in the Home Depot aisle, the electrical aisle. No. The electrical aisle, the plumbing aisle, the roofing aisle. Look for men in the trades. Most of those men are looking for a respectful woman.
And if you don't want to be respectful, if you don't want to cook dinner, don't go to Home Depot.
Kind. Now, a lot of y'all be sleeping in the trades. I know plumbers who makes $50 an hour. That's tight money, okay? Roofers who are making $39 an hour. Electricians who are making $79 an hour. Do not overlook the trade. Look at that man with them work boots on in that Home Depot aisle who is doing what he needs to do. And men, you know what a nice place to find women at? The flower show. I'm telling you, don't sleep on the flower show. Flower show is fantastic. A lot of feminine women in there. Flower show. Go next time your city have a flower show. Look inside the flower show. But
that's a great thing, and I think those are some good basic dynamics there as well. You're absolutely right about that. I would say there's one problem with it. The problem is, Kia, would you consider your life to be more glamorous today than how long have you two been married?
8 years.
About 8.5.
Okay, 8 years. 8 years. All right. Would you consider your life and yourself, specifically you, to be more glamorous today than you and it were 8 years ago?
The reason I would say yes is because at that time I was spending like thousands of dollars on boots, but my skincare was terrible. Now I have just literally on my desk, I have over $5,000 worth of skincare that I just mix together. I feel like I am able to take better care of myself with his help. On my own, I had like acne marks on my skin. Like, when I look at the quality of my life, the types of food that I eat, the types of experience that I've had, like, he taught me how to drive. Like,
but there's the thing right there is you're talking about material, physical things in that regard. But I've seen some of your pictures. So there is certainly a difference between now and then. There certainly is. So what I'm saying is your life at first glance, certainly it looked more glamorous then. Certainly what people would commonly subscribe to as glamorous then.
When I was modeling?
Yes. And that's why your Home Depot suggestion doesn't work.
Okay.
Your Home Depot...
tell me why it don't work.
Your Home Depot suggestion is practical, but it's missing the glamour element. So you see, without that, you're talking about Kia stuck around you long enough to find out what the deal was before she was 40 with 3 bastard kids. But the average female, she doesn't want the guy who's the contractor working on the job. She wants the white dude driving the Ford F-150 King's Ranch. If it's going to be somebody like that, he's got to be the fellow with no dirt and no oil under his hands whatsoever. So,
I got a Denali. That don't count.
Well, I know I'm a fan of that club there too. Ultimate, by the way, ultimate. But females, if without that glamour element, brother, that's what I'm saying. Without their specific criterion that they want, Kia, and without those things, as far as they're concerned, it's worthless. So your suggestion about Home Depot is very practical. You and I both know, especially that if you really want to know, Home Depot's got the regular aisles, and they got the contractor in down there. They got that for a reason.
I'm trying to help y'all.
But by the same token, then there's millions of dollars that go through there in every city, millions. But with that being the case, for the average female, she's like, yeah, I hear you, but where's the glamour of it? Listen to their songs, listen to those things. If he's not some baller who's competing with her for which one of them can be the prettiest, then they dismiss that out of hand. So what you're saying is practical. This is a father talking. This is a father talking as opposed to single mother advice. There's the difference.
So no, that's because I believe my value system has changed from when I was younger till now. Like I like I said, I feel like I can physically take better care of myself. Like even though my pictures may look a certain type of way, there was a lot of editing going on. There was a lot of lighting. Like I'm sitting here in no makeup and lip gloss, and I feel confident that way because I've been able to take care of the quality of my skin. I have hair in, but my natural hair is down my back. So there are a lot of things that I can do physically just for my body before I start to talk about the other aspects of my life that I value, that I realize come from his income, come from him putting me in a position where I can focus on creams and elixirs and making sure my body, I like that. I have hair, so all of that to me is glamorous to me. So when I walk out of the house, because I also don't take as many pictures trying to floss the way I was when I was younger, because again, my value system is different. I don't care if you look at me online and see me holding the champagne glass. I don't care about that. When I show up in real life, I clearly look well taken care of. I smell good. I talk well. My kids look great. We all look good as a package. When we order whatever we want off the menu and my husband just dropped the card on the table, it's over, period. That's what's glamorous to me. That's what's valuable to me. Having multiple cars, having premium gas, like all of these things are important to me now. Again, I can only speak from my perspective. Now, I know for a lot of other women in my age group, having an obvious designer bag is their way of flexing. But I don't care about that anymore. I care about the quality of my life in general. Like I said, the food I eat, the products I'm able to put on my skin, how I walk, like I care about that better because I have a different mindset. And so
let me find out here, after 8 years, just so I can, one point of clarification, because I think that also goes to my post as well. Okay. Did you all get a prenup?
No, I don't have no prenup. She gonna take me for everything if she leave me.
I mean,
she's gonna take me for everything, Jason. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm gonna tell you. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, Jason? What do you want me to say? She'll take me for everything.
What in the hell's the matter with you?
It is what it is. I know the comment section is going. She gonna get
saying wild stuff.
She gonna get half.
Oh no, she's not gonna get half. She's gonna get like 3/4. No,
well, she gonna get 3/4 of that land down Texas. She gonna get all the cars. I'll probably end up homeless. I mean, I'll be devastated. It is what it is, Jason. I'm not gonna argue with you, but I didn't have what I have now.
Do you think there was any doubt that you were going to get what you have now?
I never doubted.
There was no doubt.
I never doubted that I would eventually be able to materialize it. There was no doubt there, but I understood, like, so my situation is very different. Like I believe in order for us to get a divorce, one of us needs to be dead. Like,
don't say that. Don't say that here, because if they find Kia's head in the box, they'll be combing my program and the FBI be calling me. Don't say that.
when a spouse dies, the other person did it either way, so they coming for me either way. I don't care, like,
Kia, take that as a warning. Right now, you need to take that as a warning, young lady.
My parents.
I'm a crazy Latina. Remember, I find that attractive.
Yeah, but his folk from the Caribbean, so he's giving you your warning right now. That by the way,
I'm just saying, like, I know what they'll do. They'll arbitration. They'll chop the business up. They'll chop the cars up. It is what it is. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna be honest. I have no reason to lie. I recognize that.
Well, y'all, at least we know he's got an exit strategy. He said, I play golf with OJ, so he told me how to get out this marriage if it come down to it. So okay, at first I was thinking he's out of his mind. I'm like, he got the alternative strategy going. He's got the alternative. Okay.
If we getting out of this, one of us is seeing God. I mean, it could be me. You never know. Life's funny that way.
After the police standoff, that could be the case. I could. Kia, consider yourself warned. That's the next thing for you right there. Well, like I say, definitely at least maybe if she sticks in there for another 12 years, you got 20 years at least to getting everything before you lost everything. So a lot of fellas didn't make it that far. A lot of fellas did not make it that far along. Well, look, like I say, definitely if the principles of the person were as you all have subscribed, then it wouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, that's not what we have as a rule today. If it were, I'd be saying something different. The other thing,
are you willing to throw the whole generation away? Because that's what I'm willing to do. I think that we should stop focusing on adults and we should focus on the next generation of children. We should focus on them and helping those young ladies and those young men make better decisions than the people of our generation and the generation before them with their raggedy moms and their raggedy grandmas.
Okay, that's going to be problematic. That's going to be problematic too, because here's my issue. Kia, how old are you?
I'm 31.
How old are you?
36.
You all's age is pretty much close where it needs to be. Problem. The average 22-year-old today is looking for a 40 or 50-year-old because she wants to drive a Bentley before she's 25. Those are and they're over there on TikTok. Now, Facebook is a damn me cesspool. But, dude, they are inundated, flooded, submerged with endless images of $300,000 and $500,000 cars and teeny boppers sitting behind the wheel, flashing money. The number one career choice of high schoolers today is YouTuber.
Yeah.
Not plumber, not carpenter. So that's another reason why your Home Depot idea is his snag. The number one career choice of high schoolers is YouTuber. Yeah. Now, look, I'm one of the most successful YouTubers out there, and I'm like, don't do it. Don't put all your eggs in that basket. It's very, very rare. We are the top 1% of 1%. Literally everything else on this website is a bunch of folks with 300 and 400 views.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but yet that's what they want. Now, you and me, brother, when we were in high school, we were happy to get an 84 Olds Cutlass that we could bang on the engine on.
I had a 91 Suburban, baby, and I loved her.
Today, these kids today want a BMW M Series 2024 new.
Yeah.
So
my daughter said she want a Porsche.
There you go. You and me was like, look here, which one? We couldn't go through the numbers. So what I'm saying is, when you talk about get to the young folk or get to the kids and whatnot, that's going to be and this is what I do. I'm already doing that work. This is what I do. I'm just telling you. I also understand it's a very heavy lift because we're already so far down the slide at this point. We're already so far down there, brother. You know, like, for example, you said y'all in Pennsylvania. Okay. Once again, when I was in high school, remember, I'm from Louisiana, so going to the beach wasn't even something you thought about. Those who grew up on the East Coast, you actually have beaches. For those of us from the Gulf Coast, unless you're in Galveston and Houston, you don't have that. Louisiana's coast is for fishing and oil. It's not a resort place. New Orleans, number one tourism destination, but that's not oceanfront property, except when it's getting flooded out. So then you got California, and then there's the rest of the country in between that doesn't have any of that. Today, Miami ain't good enough. I need to go to Dubai.
Yeah.
And once again, they're watching a bunch of IG models who are close to their age, and they're going there. You're not a person if you haven't been to Dubai.
But we know those models, and if you knew what those models were doing on those boats, you wouldn't want to be those models. I'm telling you,
brother,
you know those models.
You're all
Like,
I can say is
know
wrong.
what they're doing to be on that boat,
Brother,
like,
listen to me. You're wrong. They know.
They don't know.
Yes, they do.
I'm
Yes,
telling
they
you,
do.
Jason, there's no way they could know.
Brother, yes, they do.
Want to get on the boat.
Brother, yes, they do. They know.
Nasty.
Brother, they if you thought the previous generation was bad, brother, they know. They know what's going on, and literally they're sitting there saying, okay, that G-Eazy video with Cardi B, where she's sitting there, F him and I get some money. F him and I get some money. And she's sitting there thinking it over. This is where we're at today. Sexy Red, Sukihana, this is where we're at today. We're here. So when you say, if they knew what was going on, brother, they know what's going on. And what they're saying is, hopefully I can get out of there with a if that is the cost of getting a Bentley before I'm 30.
I can take a shower.
This is where we at today.
Yeah.
We don't have the virtuous old women to tell them that women don't do this. We don't have that. Not anymore. So what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying that as an absolute, but I am saying it as a rule. Oh, brother, they know. There's a never-ending stream of videos on YouTube that explain it now. It's like, oh, we're going to blow the lid off of it. And the females are like, you ain't blew the lid off of nothing. Yeah. If them dudes are willing to pay for this Porsche 911, if they're willing to pay for this Macan, if they're willing to do that, I can live with myself. I can live with myself. Yeah. And this is where we're at now. Brother, take a look at Maury Povich. That right there tells you the shameless level. That was over a decade ago. Yeah. They have no problem whatsoever walking on that stage knowing that this man's not the father. But let me see if I can run the tables anyway. So, no, brother, you can't make it. And furthermore, let me go back a little bit further. Talking about Joe Smith and his wife. And there's a couple. And just remember, it's not pornography if it's not degrading. And they've been doing that for decades. Yeah. For a lot less money. Yeah,
for a lot less.
For money. A lot less.
Now it's big money. She got a front on OnlyFans, and her income dwarfs my income. I mean, what the girl is making, but dwarfs my income.
Yes, but in my conversations with her, the toll is elsewhere, and she's trying to find a way out, but she can't. She's too addicted to the money.
Yeah, because the other thing is, socially you can get into that, but you once you get in, you can't get out. There's the other problem of it. Once you get in, you can't get out. So nobody warns you of that part. So yeah, you had a couple of crazy summers, you blew a bag, but now nobody wants to make a commitment to you. And ultimately that's where you end up. The other thing is we can't get them before they get there. So in you all's case here, like I say, I'm glad it worked out for you. You know, you're enjoying yourselves and stuff, and you're getting the value out of it. For the average man today, I just can't recommend that. I just can't, because if he does, he's not gonna get He is not gonna get $300,000 of value. He's gonna get somebody's washed up, middle-aged, worn out, run through, run over, riddled, crippled, crazy, crooked baby mama who's gonna be sitting up here saying, "Okay, now I got you, and I'm gonna ride." So in your case, the stars aligned, and you got the right person at the right place at the right time, ostensibly. And that's great. But for the rest of it, for most people, this situation, doing exactly what you did, this would have blown up 4 or 5 years ago, doing the exact same thing.
I can see that. I can't argue with that.
I'll let you have the last word.
The only thing I can say is I respect that we're not the rule, we're the exception. Mm-hmm. And I respect that. Everything that Jason is saying, the only thing I can say is to the men, take accountability.
Man, they calling you a simp on it.
Figure out what it is that you want, and be willing to look outside of the city. Like, there are a lot of homesteads, there are a lot of counties. Like, look outside of the city. Look for people who haven't been poisoned by the internet. Like, they're there. be willing to look. Like, no, like seriously, like they're.
Well, you have to do your
parents
due
be willing to look.
diligence. I mean, you have to do your due
You gotta do
diligence.
due diligence.
Although, before I speak too soon, how long did you two know each other and date each other before you got married?
I was a psycho, Jason. 7 months, baby. I was a psycho. Straight psycho, baby.
What?
Straight psycho, baby. 7 months. 7 months. I'm out of my mind. That's crazy.
This man believes in living dangerously, y'all. That's all I can say.
It's the only way to live, baby. I connect power lines from the municipality. I could get shocked by 200 amps, 200 volts at any time. I could die at any moment, baby. I want to live.
Well, like I say, at this point, brother, you need to go play the lottery numbers while your luck is still holding up. That's what you need to do. You're wasting your time with the construction business. If I were you, I would get $1 million in lottery tickets and let it ride, because this winning streak could end at any moment. Let me tell you. 7 months, and now he's got 7 years.
She get 3/4 of that. She get 3/4 of that. Well, one of us would be dead, so it won't matter. She get the whole thing.
Clearly she would. Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Please do give us a call again here. The years of living dangerously, that's all I can say. Hey, look, what do you say? I belong to the game. I belong to the game. I'm like, well, at least he knows where he's at. How are y'all gonna get mad? How can I get mad at him? At least he's level with where he is. He's just like, hey, look, Jason, I'm behind the 8 ball. I'm gonna enjoy the ride while I can. Okay. I can't be mad at him. At least he's acknowledging where he's at. He's like, 7 months, baby. I'm doing good. It's all right. What could possibly go wrong? All right. If the rest of you niggas try that. If the rest of you niggas try that. If the rest of you listening to me try that one. Come on now. Well, she was 20 when he met her. She was like 24, no kids. 24, no kids, wasn't run through at this point, a model. Come on now. Just take a look at all the stats that go into that now. I mean, if you got one, she's 24 with no kids, and all right, well, she's 23. Okay, fellas, go find a 23-year-old with no kids like that. That's not what the average dude is getting. The average dude is chasing somebody's 36-year-old baby mama, carrying the 5 kids in a little red wagon. She got a wheelbarrow full of bastards. I found my true love. That old Jason baby, you don't know nothing you're talking about. Come on over here, baby. We're going to do it right here.
Alrighty then.
All right, let me get over here back to the phone lines. Let me get caller Miracle 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Marcus from San Francisco.
Marcus from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
I just have a quick question. So I have 2 exes. The reason why I'm calling is this is the second ex that called me just yesterday, and basically, she, like you said, she's going through her mental Rolodex after I talked to her. But what she wanted from me was the same thing she broke up with me before. She broke up with me back in 2015 because I wasn't willing to take care of her, and she went after me. Come to find out, she went to date a younger guy, and he was giving her half the check. So the reason why she left him and she's calling me when I asked her was because it didn't seem like he was going anywhere. I guess the check wasn't getting big. He wasn't giving her more and more and more. But
did she have children?
Basically, she's on that. All her kids are grown, all of them.
You know what? Here's the real issue, though. Once a woman becomes a single mom, she's always a single mom. I need men to drill this through their heads. Fellas, a lot of females run game on y'all with that, and I just hear it and see it, and I'm like, this psychologically doesn't even make any sense. When a woman has children, that's it. She's fundamentally changed. Once she becomes a single mom, she's always a single mom. That's it. Once she becomes, just like, for example, if a woman was married and became a mother, you would never say she was a mother. Think about that for a few moments, y'all. The single moms run game on y'all like that. If a woman were married and had children, you would never say she was a mom. I don't care if her kids are 80 years old. You would say that she is a mother. But yet when you talk to single moms, oh, my kids are grown. And then it's like all of a sudden like that reverses that or nullifies that. So I want you all to understand, once she there's a mindset that made her a single mom. The kids didn't turn her into a single mom. The mindset made her a single mom. The kids are a side effect of that. So when you say, well, yeah, she's a single mom. Well, the kids are grown. Yeah, she's a single mom. Got it. So it's just now the kids have aged out. And that means in her case, now she's really desperate to find some jackass who's going to be her, salvation. So you were supposed to be number one, and apparently you fell through. So she found a younger fella, and he did what younger dudes do. I should know. Most of my girlfriends throughout my whole life were significantly older than me. I was not interested in making a long-term commitment to a single one of them. And she found out that he's going to ride that until eventually the wheels come off, and they will. And then when she realized, I'm not going to be able to sex him into a marriage, she starts saying, okay, let me see who else is out there. Now, here's the real issue. I wonder if you were the first or the last person that she called, because generally when females go through their mental Rolodex, they contact the one that they think is weakest first. So I'm just wondering if you were the first or the last. We'll never know, but I just wonder if she called you first or called you last, because that'll tell you whether or not she thought you were the weakest.
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, I wouldn't know that. But all I do know is she's serious as hell, or at least she would lead me to believe that both of them are serious. That's the reason I was calling you, because I mean, like I said, I make good money. I got it, but I really just don't want to spend it on one woman. I'll just be honest with you. I want to have fun.
Okay, let me find out. Are you asking me about the prospect of getting with her, or her specifically?
I mean, honestly, I just like the sex from her, and but I don't want to spend. I ain't gonna spend. I ain't trying to take care of her.
How old is she?
40. Now today, 45. Well, she's older than me.
Nigga, you ain't got to give her nothing. You were the first one she called. Now that you said that, I'm like, okay, that answers that. I don't know if you're the first. You were the first one she called. The very fact that you're debating this or negotiating this in your head, you're the first one she called, because she can tell that sex with her does wonderful things for you. And here's the issue. Women use the praying mantis strategy. They jump on your back, and chicks like her, they jump on your back and just weigh you down. And she's just like, I'm just going to stick on your back until eventually I wear you down. And she knows that's what you do. So she's going to lay up with you a little bit, nag the hell out of you, lay up some more, nag you, lay, nag, rinse, repeat, until finally you start breaking a little bread, and you've already started. Let's be very clear. You ain't on your way to doing it. You've actually already started. Now, what you've done are what you consider to be some minor things, but you've already started breaking bread. So what was it you paid for? Tank of gas? Cell phone bill?
No, I haven't done anything with her since that was the reason why we broke up, because I wasn't doing enough. I mean, that's when we were together, I guess, but now she wants to get back together, so I haven't done anything. That's what I'm calling you.
Okay, you say she wants to get back together. I got one question for you. Have you had sex with this woman in the last 6 months?
No. She hasn't talked. Like I said, she was in a 4 or 5 year relationship with some young guy, and now here we are. Yeah, no, I have not had sex with her. No.
I need the fellas of the 21st century to get it into their heads. Dudes, y'all need to not man up but boss up. It is not an insult to let a broad know where she stands in the pecking order. It is not an insult to let her know, by the way, this is what it is. Fellas need to stop sitting up here and dragging things out like that, because that equivocating, that's what loses their respect. If a chick is just the side chick, the jump off or whatever, you supposed to let them know from the jump, this is what it is. Don't sit up here and try to badger me for more than that. This is what it is. Because the bottom line is, this broad been run through. Brothers, you can't pin down a run through broad. You can pin her down for a little while. But a chick who is used to jumping from one dude to another, it's psychologically and emotionally, it's not this wrenching experience to leave you. That's what she does. That's what they do. So it's not going to be this painful, wrenching experience. She's done it so many times now. Her emotions have been rubbed raw, literally. So it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that kind of situation. It can't be. So fellas need to come from the. If she's talking to you, it's because she sees the value, or at least she's hoping there's value to it. Your job is to make that value as high as it can be. Your job is to set the value sky high. That's your job. Not to show her where the floor is. Your job is to set the value sky high. If anybody gonna break bread, it's supposed to be her. A woman works for what she believes, for what she values. Does this woman have a job?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that was what I was going to tell you. That's why she was calling, because she wants a man to take care of her. She doesn't want to work no more. She hates her job. She hates the 40-hour work week. She hates all. Like you
okay,
said before,
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask if she hated. I said, does she have a job?
Oh yeah. She does work.
Okay, well, heifer, let your fingers do the walking. So the bottom line is, yeah, that's where she needs to be. Fellas, don't even have a conversation about saving them, sparing them, nothing. Don't even have a conversation about that. Jason, what do you tell her? Simple. You tell her, I love a woman who works. I love a woman who can pay tribute. That's why I gave y'all that phrase, paying tribute. And sex is not paying tribute. Fellas, sex is not paying tribute. Doing the dishes and doing your laundry is not paying tribute, damn it. That's the cost of admission. That's the door fee. You are doing 10 times what your father and your grandfather did, and you letting them sit up here and do half what your grandmother did. You tell, oh, no, baby, you got, what Freddie Gibbs say? Can't house these hoes, get a hobby. She ain't working, then you ain't got a wifey, you got a Tommy. For those of you who remember Martin. So, bruh, no. Just, she needs to know that for you, I don't fool with no bummy ass broad who ain't working. Tell her you a bum broad. I don't fool with no bum broad. So tell her I like you because you work. That's what you need to say. I like you because you work. I like you because you value a man and you'll pay tribute. I like you because you work. To all the fellas around the world, if you want to know how you say that, I'm not giving you the 10 tons of game. Tell her I like you because you work. You know, you're not like these other chicks looking for a nigga to trick off. I like you because you work. Now you let her explain why her working, that you should still like her if she doesn't work. Now you let her explain that.
Well, what I was saying is what she was saying is she wants a man basically to pay the majority, the big bills, and she pays the, like I said, the whatever, the little stuff. So she would work, but not like
fellas.
That, if that makes sense.
Fellas, simple question. She wants the fella to pay the big bills. Over the course of a year, how much would that add up to?
After talking to her, probably because her mortgage is 31 by itself, and probably let's just say 50,000.
Okay, let's say $50,000. Does she bring to the table $50,000 of feminine excellence? Does she bring to the table $50,000 worth of feminine assets?
Like you said, she's been used up.
I mean, when you take her out in public with you, does she raise your status by $50,000?
Well, maybe before, not today. No.
There's my whole point, fellas. That's what I mean by you getting a raw deal. A man is supposed to raise a woman's lifestyle. A woman's supposed to raise a man's status. If you are spending $50,000 on a woman, she should be raising your status by $100,000. When you walk her out in public, when people see her, this, that, and the other, you should be raising your status by $100,000. And if that's not occurring, that's a problem. This is why men feel like they got took. This is why men feel like they got beat. When you're sitting up here raising her status by XYZ number and she ain't doing that for you. It's not an insult to say you want a square deal because you're going to have to stay on top of your job. You know why? Because you have to produce. You have to produce. Fellas need to be very, very clear about this and say, hey, if I'm let me find out what the value is. I'm not saying she can't say that. Okay, tell me exactly what you want. I want to make sure we put a dollar figure on this because you put a dollar figure on me. Let's put a dollar figure on this. And then you ask yourself, by the way, okay, this is how much it would cost for me to keep her around and maintain $50,000 a year. Great. Am I getting $100,000? Because I need to get a return on my investment. I'm not giving dollar for dollar. I need to get a return on my investment. So I should at least get $2 for every one. Am I getting $100,000 worth of feminine assets? Now, if the answer is yes, this might be something to pursue. If the answer is I'm not sure, then the answer is no. Fellas, when you walk out in public with a chick, if you can have her answer the phone for your business contacts and she's not embarrassing you, in other words, she is the female version of you, those are the things that you weigh into account. Dudes keep chicks around and whatnot, and I'm like, no offense, but the only thing she bringing is sex, I don't even count that anymore. I'm like, that's got to be a given. That's got to be a given just to get a return phone call. I can't elevate that in the hierarchy, baby. Without that, why would I even talk to you? I got dudes I can keep around and not talk and not have sex with. Why do I can talk to them and not have sex? I don't need to have you around for that. Why? Why would you be here? Why? You can't even fix anything. So, fellas, just understand, you need to be able to make those numbers work. Those numbers got to work. If you're expected to spend $50,000, you're supposed to know that your status is getting raised by $100,000, simply by virtue of her being there. And all this stalling and let me see. That is the answer. You're not sure if you're getting anything. Well, we just found out what the price is. Now here's another thing. She's 45 years old and she's had how many children?
3.
Fellas sit up here and grab these bras. They're getting their 40s. This heifer been getting bigger by the year. What size does she wear, dude? Nigga, don't lie.
12. I think it's 12. The problem is not so much her size.
You think a 12? Now, if he says he thinks a 12, that means 14, 16. So stop that.
Yeah. But it's really not so much that because she's really not that big. But the issue really with me is
she's not that big.
She doesn't got old. I mean, looks wise. I'm talking about appearance on the face. It's like she looks like older. She don't look the same. She don't look as good as she used to, is what I'm saying.
Yes, she's suffering depreciation. Now, she wants your productivity to continue to incline. Meanwhile, she's suffering depreciation. So that's why she's calling somebody who knew her back when she was that age and whatnot, and she's hoping that nostalgia will be able to float this thing. Because the new men she met you when she was 30, 35. There's no one today who can meet her at 30, 35. Everybody today has got to meet her at 45. So none of them have that nostalgic connection that you do. They don't know what she looked like at 35. They certainly didn't get to enjoy it. So she can't bargain or leverage being 30 or 35 anymore. She's got to bargain and leverage from where she's at.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She don't look the same. Yeah, exactly. She got depreciation. That's a good way of putting it. That's a good one.
But yeah, she's leveraging conversation with you now. So now she wants to talk to you a lot more because the physicality is not there, and she can probably tell from your reaction. And it's like, yeah, he's not responding the way that he used to. So, bruh, at this point right here, it's like I don't have anything for you in that regard. It's you already see what it is. I'm not telling you can't lay up with her. I'm just going to tell you there is no point in quote unquote taking care of her. There's none. She had her crack at bat. You already know she out to get what she can get. You are never going to be the only one. That's never going to happen. So she talking to you and two other niggas right now. Right this moment while I'm on the phone, she talking to you and two other niggas. And that's it.
Yeah.
But you already know this.
Yeah.
But you already know this. She ain't stopped talking to old boy.
Yeah.
She hadn't stopped talking to him. She's just testing out her options and trying to monkey brand. She still got him around. He can call her up and come lay up right now. She's trying to check and see if she can get a better offer. And my point is, brother, there's nobody at the auction. You're walking into an auction. She's trying to convince you that there's some bidding war going on. There's no bidding war. You're the only one. She called the one she thought was weakest. She called the one she thought would be most nostalgic, and you are. There's no bidding war going on. It's just you. It's just you. This is the way calculating, scheming females work. She just sees you and she's like, okay, let me see if I can convince him. That's why she mentioned the other dude. To try to convince you or goad you into thinking that there's some other option out there. And that you better step on it and move on it. So she's trying to create scarcity and trying to create anxiety. Well, there's other men who's trying to get that with you. So that was the purpose of mentioning
that. Yeah, you're probably right, but yeah, that was the reason why. Yeah, because like I said, she didn't. I'm the one who asked her. Believe it or not, I'm the one who asked her about the other dude because I'm like, well, why are you calling me? Why don't you go? Why are you leaving partner? Why are you leaving partner dude to call me? I thought you were leaving me for a better life or a guy who's going to do everything that I wouldn't do or everything that I wasn't for you. So why are you back? That's what she brought it up. I'm like, well, then I started asking her about, well, what did he do for you? Well, you asking me to do all this stuff for you. What did he do? That's how that came up.
No, that's fellas, rookie mistakes. You don't ask a female what another fella did for her. That's not what you do. What you tell her is show me.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Fellas, y'all got to become better negotiators than this. We don't go off of what the chicks say. You're telling her you're basically inviting her to spin a fable. You're basically inviting her to spin a tale. Telling, I don't want to hear your words. Show me what he did. Now, I want to see what's in your closet. I want to see what's in the wallet. Show me what he did. Because you know what I did for you. Let me see what he did. And if she tries to convince you there's nothing, so you mean to tell me that you've been with, now how many years she been with that dude?
At least 4, maybe as long as 5.
You got half a decade in the game with that nigga and you ain't got nothing to show for it? See, that's the way you coach those turns. So what you're telling me is you have half a decade in there and you have nothing to show for it. He was so wonderful, you have nothing to show.
Basically, yeah. Because, and the only reason, like I said, I got that part out. The only reason I asked her that because I was thinking about what you said. Remember, you said on a previous broadcast, you were saying you don't have to be a Jay-Z or a Kanye. All you have to do is beat out her last 2 or 3.
No, dudes, not when you're dealing with a 45-year-old. You don't. You ain't got to beat nobody. There's the real issue to the 45-year-old single mom. That's it. And especially she done dated niggas younger than her. That's it. She's letting you know the fellas in her peer group done left her on the roadside for pickup. They've left her for roadkill. And here's the thing. You know about that dude. What you don't know about is the other 4 or 5. Because while she with that fella there, they did some getting into it and breaking up and this, that, and the other. She's been testing her options all over the damn place, especially if she's calling you. And you're not the only one she's called, and you are figuring that out slowly. Oh, she's been trying to holler at everybody and see what she can get going there, but you're the one she felt was weakest. You're the one she felt was most susceptible to go for the game, and now she's trying to apply the pressure. Y'all done had some laughs and some giggles and some sweet moments, and she's trying to see if she can leverage that. When in reality, what she's doing is a damn insult. What she's doing with you right now is an insult. Because if you had done that to her, what the hell would she be saying? If you did that to her. You've been with another chick for 5 years and you call her back, hey, boo. So just recognize when they're doing some base disrespect. So I'm not going to tell you, I don't tell people what to do to break up with anybody, even though you're not really with her. I don't tell them that. But what I will say is I wouldn't spend a dime on her. As far as I'm concerned, I let her know, baby, you got to qualify to be over here on account of the fact that I'm the one valuable. I wouldn't say those words. Don't say that. You need to think that, but don't you dare say it. What my man Tank say? What you gonna do for me? We know what I can do for you. What are you gonna do for me? That is of equivalent exchange. Brother, she doesn't have anything to bargain with. Y'all fellas out here be so dry spells for sex. Y'all talking to chicks who ain't got a damn thing to bargain with. You're talking to middle-aged and past middle-aged single moms. What's she bargaining with? These fellas killed me with that. Y'all sitting up here, for anybody to throw any money on the table, you throwing bad money after worse. What is she bargaining with? Her middle-aged geriatric womb? What is she, fellas, where's her leverage? This is why you guys could not become lawyers or accountants. You don't understand. You couldn't be businessmen. Where's her leverage? She has no leverage talking about somebody taking care of her. You can't make demands when you got no leverage. What is she going to threaten to do? If you don't take these 45-year-old draws, there's plenty other fellas want it. That's supposed to be a threat? That's supposed to be a threat? Here's the thing is that this is the reason why men must constantly be refining our options. We have constantly got to be doing that because the way in which we make sure that we don't overpay is if we are constantly doing a gut check to make sure we're not overpaying. So when a man's got other options in other places, that's how he knows he's not overpaying because he's already confirmed to himself he's got options. When you only got one chick in the room, that's what a female checks for. When females call you up and stuff, they want to, did she ask you if you were seeing anybody else?
No.
I'm sure she got around to it. Yes, thank you. So no, she asked that. There was no reason for her to talk to you if you had somebody else. So no, I know she asked you that. I know she did. And you told
eventually.
And you told her no. So she called you because she figured that this nigga's a lame and chicks don't really fool with him like that. And sure enough, you confirmed to her that, yeah, there's nobody else. Sure enough, you confirmed that.
No,
so
I
what
just told her I didn't answer yes or no. I just told her I'm dating around.
That's a no. Brother, stop it.
Oh, okay.
Just stop. That's a no. You don't have. She was filling you out to see if she was gonna be given a firm no, and she wasn't. And that told her, okay, he's still available. So now she's trying to give you her ceiling. This is basic negotiation. Women are wonderful negotiators when their ass is against the wall. She's just doing the basic stuff here. It's like, okay, he ain't got nothing going on. Let me see if I can fill him out and see what he's willing to give up. Let's see how desperate he is. Let's see how simple she is, and let's see if I can get something. And she just went straight for the jugular from the beginning. It's like, okay, I need some things, and She's like, y'all have known each other long enough. She can just go ahead and get to the point. So she's appealing to both your desperation and your sympathy based on you all's previous association. And that's what she's doing. Now she just wants to sit back and see if you let you marinate on it and see if it works. So she's pulling all the levers that should work here. We're desperation, wondering, let me create scarcity here. There's another fella in the picture. You're going to lose this, that, and the other. And men who have options respond to these situations differently. That's why you fellas got to make sure you keep your options available from the get-go so that you always know that whoever's in front of you can't make you or break you. And you have not done that. So when she called you, as far as she's concerned, basically you are where you were when she left. And that's what she was trying to feel you out for. To see if you were where you were when she left. And all that emboldened her to go ahead and try this bull crap she's doing. So my suggestion to you is, boss up. If she does contact you, brother, you need to have a firm number in your mind. How much femininity is she bringing? And the bottom line is, if it's me, she got to pay. I'm not doing anything. I'm doing her a favor by answering the phone. She's got no leverage. She's got nothing to bargain with. You were sleeping with her half a decade ago. It's not like it's going to get more valuable. So there's nothing to bargain with. So just at this point right here, she is a negligent employee who's trying to get rehired. Well, and telling you need to pay them twice as much. How about I just hire you part-time? How about that? And tell her you can take it or leave it. But the fact that she's contacted you, it's like, dude, you're in the driver's seat. You're in the driver's seat. Although at this point here, how old are you?
I'm 43.
Where's the future for this?
That was my point. That was the point I called. I just like having sex with her because, like you said, having sex with her without a condom, and it was fun. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
And that's all I want. I don't want to. Yeah.
Hopefully the STDs and the gremlins don't get you. But like I say, just definitely, if you want to do that, that's up to you. But I'm just telling you right now, if you pay anything, you're overpaying. If you pay anything, other than the cost of a hotel room, you're overpaying. If you do, she has no leverage. She has nothing to negotiate with. Far as I'm concerned, she should be at your beck and call. She's attained her jump off status and let it be what it's going to be until the next time she gets up and runs off, which is going to happen. She's going to find some other dumbass simp out there who going to break $3 or $4 off because he's just been in a drought forever. And you're going to look at this guy and be like, this nigga look like Quasimodo. But as women's options get worse, the dudes they get with look more ridiculous. And it's just, you can see the chick and the fella standing behind her. And it's like, okay, it's this nigga here. Like, baby, you ain't never been this bad. You ain't never been down this bad before. You'll be looking at her like, I'll be damned. She's making me look bad with these niggas she running around with now. It's like, baby, you ain't just downgraded, you've been offloaded. But by the same token, yeah, there's no future in it. And if you know there's no future in it, how the investment should be minimal. But that also means your time. See, here's where in the modern era where women get it right and a lot of fellas get it wrong. The women are always looking for the next bigger, better deal, and the fellas are trying to figure out how to make a life with this one. No matter how raggedy the terms are. And what I'm saying is in your 40s, dude, you should have some 30-year-olds and 25-year-olds that you can call, that you can contact. Your perspective will be different when you've got the ability to get a chick or to talk to some females who blow the one you're talking to out of the water. Now you got perspective. But fellas don't do enough, and I mean be serious about it. It's not about who are dating around and whatnot. No, dude, if your paper is straight and everything, and if you that dude like that, you're supposed to have 2 or 3 chicks on your phone right now. That's how I know your game isn't tight enough. You don't have 2 or 3 of them right now. Otherwise, you already would have known what to do with her, because as soon as she called, you would immediately be comparing her to the ones you're already talking to. And it's like, this is kind of a waste of time and money when you think about it. Other than you know, amusing yourself, this is a waste of time and money. It's not like she's got some exceptional skill set or something. It'd be different if she did. You're like, her exceptional skill set is XXX rated. Okay, fine. But you can get that without spending any money. Regardless of what you do, just understand that it's temporary. She's just calling you because she's like a homeless chick looking for a halfway house. So she's just calling you on her way to somewhere else. So if you want to fool with her, you can do that, but just keep it in mind, she's only here for a minute. She's only here for a minute. No matter what you do, she is only going to be here for a minute. Even if you start spending money on her, you start tricking off on her, she's only going to try to get as much as she can before she moves on.
But how do you identify those type of women? Like, even if it ain't, like, let's say it's the next girl or the next, what you just said, the ones that only will be there for a minute.
Okay, fellas, I need you all to understand some very, very clear basics here. When a female is interested in you, a lot of you guys, you don't have any experience with a woman who's actually interested in you. You don't have the experience of that. And because of that, that becomes a problem. You guys' lack of experience, you don't even know how to negotiate these situations here. A female is supposed to be expressing interest in you. When a female is interested in you, she spends money on you. She is giving money. She is giving time. She is interested. She wants to know about you. She sees value in you as a person. Women just play this game about trying to squeeze men for money. In reality, a woman has no problem working her ass off for a man that she values. I keep on giving you all the same example. If your chick had the chance to date Michael B. Jordan or Idris Elba, she would work 3 jobs. And she wouldn't ask nothing from him except to be able to take selfies with him. Yeah, because she sees the value in him. And fellas are not used to that.
90 seconds.
The first thing is, Blog Talk's messing with me here. The first thing is that you all need to recognize when a female is interested in you. But I'm just going to be honest with you, brother. You're going to have a hard road to hoe on that. Because it's hard for a female to be interested in you if you're lacking a personality. That's the issue. A lot of y'all are going to think that's bad or that's hard up or whatever. That's the kind of thing I want you to think about here. Brother, let me find out here. Do you think you lead an interesting life?
No, I work a lot, basically.
There you go. I'm going to have to do a program here soon about getting out, about going outside. I'm going to have to do a program here about going outside because I know I have a bunch of serious-minded people. And look, a lot of my audience here, you're nerds or repressed nerds or, legacy geeks. And I get it because I'm one too, and I understand that. But I got to tell you, as men, we don't do ourselves, and I know it's been given a bad name because of all the F-boys and all the clowns out there and whatnot. And I get it. I understand. You're not a bunch of people who go to clubs and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is that as men, we don't do ourselves any favors by being these repressed hermits. Because we can't make our maximum impact on the world when we don't know anything about it, and the height of knowledge is interacting in the world. So as men, this idea that we're gonna take over the world from behind our keyboards, that we're not proving that we're socially dominant. You can't prove you're socially dominant sitting on the couch regaling your girlfriend or your wife about how many likes you got on Facebook. Fellas are going to have to get outside. Fellas are going to have to go outside. This thing about, I don't be outside. I don't even be outside. We're going to have to go outside, y'all. We're going to have to go outside. Now, that doesn't mean you have to go to, the next Lil Wayne concert. That's not what that means. But we got to start moving and showing that we go places and showing that we do things in the real world. That's what we got to do. We got to show that we are doing things in the real world. And when we do that, we're sharpening our social skills. In the chat room, somebody said, go outside and do what? All right, let me explain a few things to you all right there. There are functions and things that go on all the time. You should be showing that those are things that you are interested in. You got concerts at every casino in this damn country. You can pick at least 3 times a year that you go somewhere. If for nothing more than to show that you got the social skills. Fellas are sitting up here trying to get credit for social skills they haven't proven that they have. Fellas, I know it's uncomfortable. I know a lot of these mama's boys and whatnot, and a lot of the club and lean culture has got you saying, go out. Man, look, I ain't trying to fool what's out there. And I understand it. And this, I'm not talking about go to the club and this, that, and the other and sit around and pop balls. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that too many fellas haven't developed a personality. Your social muscles have atrophied. And I understand it because I don't like fooling with people or associating with people either. I don't, in case you all couldn't tell. I don't. But fellas, I'm just going to tell you right now, it's like, yeah, I've got, celebrity friends and I deal with, a lot of people in a lot of places and stuff like that. And it's like a 1-to-1 ratio. But as I'm moving along and seeing more things, what I'm recognizing is that, what? A lot of us, we haven't developed a appreciation for becoming socially dominant. We associate being socially dominant with being some guy wearing a leisure jacket, walking up the club with his pants sagging saying, "What you doing, shouty?" And that's not what I mean. There's a lot of things that go on out there, man. We don't have associations, we don't meet people, we don't go places, we don't do things. You got concerts, you got get-togethers, you got meetups, you've got, art fairs on the riverfront and boardwalks and things, and you're sitting at home. As men, if you want women to really be able to, one of those things that women value is a man who's socially dominant. That she sees that you can be the life of the party or the life of the event. A woman likes to see that. Why do you think that all these comedians, these really irreverent ones, the Chris Rocks, the Eddie Murphys, the Bill Murrays, women have always loved that kind of thing because those guys have shown they're comfortable. Robert Downey Jr., they're comfortable in any environment. They can take over at any environment. You put them somewhere and there they are. I've never set foot in a casino in my life. That's up to you. I don't like going places that want to charge you to be there. But what I'm saying is, every city in this country, you got something like that everywhere, every single weekend. And fellas want to sit here and go home. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go outside. Let me be here. Fellas need to start learning how to do that because in the process of doing that, you're going to start developing a personality. Because you have to. Fellas got to start learning how to become assertive and be somebody that other folk want to talk to and want to have a conversation with. Stop worrying about getting rejected or being pushed back on. Stop worrying about that. That's another thing. Demonstrate that you're fearless. Fellas need to start practice. The reason y'all don't want to associate with folk is because you want to deal with folk who are safe. That's how the hell you ended up with a single mom on your phone. Calling you 5 years after she done run the damn rodeo. Fellas, that's what you end up with when you don't go outside. When you don't set the terms of engagement, you end up with the low-hanging fruit. You end up with a chick that you look at her sexual history and you're ashamed of it. You end up with some screwed up, whacked off broad, imbalanced. That's what you end up with when you lost the ability to go outside. That's what you end up with. Fellas need to start working on that. Stop sitting up here at the house all the damn time and start giving yourself a reason to do those things. You got resorts around the country. You should be going around there to go and strike up a conversation anywhere. Hell, matter of fact, this is one of my favorite times of year because this is the damn off season. Well, it's my favorite time of year because it's the off season because there's as few people around as humanly possible. Jason Black loves that. Yeah, you know what? That's great because I already know a bunch of people. That doesn't work for the rest of you. It really doesn't. Fellas need to get over this problem with quote unquote being rejected, this, that, and the other, and start learning how to push events. Y'all need to start learning how to push events, man. Let me ask you something, brother. You got music on your cell phone?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, this nigga's over there falling asleep. Either that or he's texting that broad.
No, I'm right here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Name for me the top 5 artists that you have on your cell phone.
I'm old school, so I have Jay-Z, R. Kelly. I still like him. Keith Sweat, Kanye, and Too Short.
Okay, how long you been a fan of Kanye?
I only like one album. I listen to it over and over. Just the first one, College Dropout. That's it. Everything else after that is garbage, as far as I'm concerned. But I like it. I love that album.
Okay, how long you been a fan of Too Short?
Oh, long time. I'm from Oakland, so probably teenager. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like I said,
R. Kelly probably the same thing.
Okay. Well, hopefully he can have some of that there. Keith Sweat just had a concert in Detroit, Michigan, November 11th. Next concert, January 5th, Savannah, Georgia. San Antonio, Texas, February 9th. Lincoln, California, February 10th. San Diego, California, February 16th. Y'all niggas need to get outside. That's not no place where you're gonna see the teeny boppers sitting up in there and whatnot. Nigga, don't step in my shoes. You talking about old school. Okay, Keith Sweat gonna be there doing what he do. And there will be single ladies in the place. Because that's what they gotta do. Now that's what Google did for me. While you were on the phone with me right now, that's what Google did for me. Just sitting here right now on the phone with you. And that's probably not all the damn dates either. That might not be all the damn dates. So far as I can tell, those are all the dates that are coming up. Ticketmaster says the same thing starting January 5th. So, yeah, those are past dates. By the way, that's what I just did right here on the phone with you right now. Games will be sold, not told, and I'm giving y'all all this for free right now. By the way, this is what the hell I do. There's nothing that I do that you guys couldn't do right here. It's just I'm taking initiative for it. You all want to know, Jason, go outside and do what? It's on your damn phone, nigga. Take a look at your YouTube and the stuff that you watch on YouTube. Stop just watching it and actually go there. How about that? How about that? My folks down there in Georgia and whatnot, the Rick Ross Car Show. That's not the only one. We can go down the list. There's cars and coffees all across the damn country. If you're going to go get an expensive car, you might as well have a place to go take that too. I can go down the list about this. Everybody listening to me right now has a cell phone with a playlist on it. Whether it's on your phone or whether it's on YouTube. I'll be damned. By the way, why don't you put that damn thing to use? And that was just an easy one. We're not even talking about local stuff. I'm not even talking about local stuff. Not even talking about that. We can go down the list. These fellas can go ahead and make that happen if they want to. There's a bunch of things y'all could do if you wanted to. That's up to you. By the way, 2 short tickets, in case anybody wanted to know. November 17th, Montclair, California. November 18th, Cincinnati, Ohio. If I'm seeing this correctly here, because it says Cincinnati, Ohio, 8 p.m., and then Agoura, California. I wonder if that's the same place or whatever. Legends of Hip Hop, December 16th. They got dates on here. I'm hoping these ain't bogus. March 30th, Pasadena. April, Inglewood, California. So he's lighting up California. Chandler, Arizona. I remember that semi-fondly. I got in touch with the local wildlife out there. Brother, do I need to say more? Do I need to say more? So, fellas, there's no excuse. There really, really isn't. You don't have to go to a movie every week or whatever. But y'all got concerts. You got local concerts. You got art stuff. You got events going on in your city all the day, especially if you're in a major American city. What the hell? Y'all got stuff going on all the damn time. You need to start learning how to socialize and become socially dominant. And that starts with not being afraid of whatever happens. Run up, talk to a broad. I'm not worried about whether or not she's digging it or not digging it. I'm keeping my muscles flexed. That's the most important thing for me, is keeping my muscles flexed. Females do this all the time at the club, by the way. Now, they go there because they think they got advantages and whatnot. But by the way, every dude don't buy them a drink now, do they? The ladies will tell you that. Every dude doesn't buy him a drink. She might have to try to hit up 2 or 3 dudes before one of them breaks something. Now, what city are you in?
Oakland.
My nigga, I mean, okay. Too Short gonna be lighting this damn thing up here in a little bit. If he isn't already. That's why I pulled up on my cell phone. What do you pulled up on yours? And what I'm saying is these muscles are not where they need to be. Okay, we're socially awkward because we don't go nowhere. And what happens is you end up settling for the females who are willing to talk to you. Brothers, that's the definition of the low-hanging fruit. You're not initiating contact. You're waiting for contact to be initiated to you. And those are the chicks who've run out of options. Rather than you doing the choosing, they're choosing you. And that's going to be the single moms, the whacked out broads. The sex will be epic. But as I told to Kia and her husband, it's like, okay, but the respect quotient ain't there. Therefore, it turns the sex to trash. Or the value of the sex gets trashed because you're having sex with somebody you don't like. And that's only going to be arousing for a little while. And then eventually it's like, yeah, you know what? Let me push your ass out this car. So fellas, you got to work at this. It ain't going to just jump in your damn lap. You got to work at this. In the chat room, I'm so glad One Love jumped his ass up. Like I say, once again, nigga, anybody in Miami, you ain't got an excuse for not socializing down there. You don't. I've showed y'all video. My thing's messed up now. I'm going to have to get all that stuff reloaded on here. I've shown y'all video. Bayside down there in Brickell. I've shown y'all video, man. The females are standing out there on the damn riverfront by the dozens. The dozens. The count of the females to males, y'all see my video. The count for the females to males was 6-1. 6-1, that's it. What you need to do is make sure you got your hair done, get your beard trimmed up, make sure you're looking suited and booted. And that doesn't mean you gotta put a suit on necessarily. Make sure you straight. And it's like, okay, let's go flex these muscles. That's what I'm talking about when I say get outside. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that. So fellas, being socially awkward, it's the year 2023, man. That puts you at a severe disadvantage. You're at a severe disadvantage. And the females can see it. This is why this chick is circling back around you like a damn shark. They're circling back around to you because they're looking for the fella who doesn't have options. That's why I said at the very beginning, looking for desperate simps. And as soon as they, well, you know, there might be some sex coming. And then you start calculating, well, how much is it going to cost me? Which you've been doing. Fellas, if you work on these things already, your perspective on the females approaching you is going to change because you have developed a skill set that gives you options. But you got to work on that before you start trying to talk to people. Otherwise, you're talking to them and being awkward. Now, you're going to have to do that anyway, but do it in places where it isn't going to destroy you. You would be a whole lot better going to a Too Short concert and trying to sit there and holler at 5 chicks while you're there. Because it won't matter what happens. Whether she responds well or doesn't respond at all, you're getting better at interacting. Even if I've told this to females all the damn time, and I gotta tell it to you, even if I put you in front of the perfect chick, you're just gonna fumble the damn ball because you haven't flexed, you haven't gotten your muscles together. So I would rather you get in front of a bunch of females that don't matter and get your skill set together than to put you in front of the perfect one, you go fumble the damn ball and vomit all over yourself. So work on that now, and then next thing you know, you're gonna be like, what in the world was I ever doing with this damn duck over here? Let that dumb nigga over there blow his damn money and be upset with himself for the rest of his damn life. Let him do that. Over here, we constantly elevating, we're constantly rising. And we're not lying to the world about doing that. We actually getting it done. But you're going to have to put the work in for that. So I know it's difficult. I know it can be hard. Y'all, I know most people are screwed off. I get it. I understand. But you are allowing their deficiencies to cause you to be weak also. And let me be very, very clear. This isn't something I've really preached to you all very much over the last decade and a half. And I get it. But that's because a lot of this stuff was coming easier for me than it was for a lot of you. So I guess I kind of underestimated what you all were going through. Fellas, new rule for 2023 going forward. We got to get outside. I know you see the clown boys out there and whatnot. You're like, man, Jason, I ain't trying to get out there with the Migos. I understand it. But what I'm saying is those guys are socially dominant, even if they're mumble mouth. You fellas need to learn how to become socially dominant and see the value in being that. And yes, the woman who is with you, now you're taking it to a whole new level of her being able to appreciate that when she sees you can walk into a room and be socially dominant too. Take your ass to Nordstrom's. Take your ass to the mall. I'm talking about the high-end Nordstrom's, Bloomingdale's, Saks. And, you know, when you're there and stuff, chat it up with one of the female sales associates. Prove you can do that. I do that every single time I walk into a store without fail. I do it every single time. I just did it just this past weekend. She thought she was going to get a handbag out of it. I'm like, baby, you work here. See if you can get your employee discount. But she was smiling. She was giggling. She was very receptive. And I'm like, okay, I'll prove my point. I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. This is what I do all the time myself. You keep keep that blade sharp, keep those muscles strong. You guys are getting awkward about that. And next thing you know, the single mamas are calling you up and talking about, oh, she's saying, oh, well, there's no competition for you. She would be able to tell, by the way, if you had answered the phone differently than you had before, she'd be able to tell, oh, this nigga got options. He's got options. So, fellas, I understand that. That's kind of been something that's been, neglected. The value of it isn't something I've really harped on. I understand that. But I got to tell y'all, going into 2024, man, 2024, new rules. You got to go outside. You got to go outside. You got to get outside. You got to make things happen, man. And stop being afraid of being rejected. Your whole thing is to get a giggle. Your whole thing is to get a smile. Ma'am, I couldn't help but notice that you have the nicest teeth. I couldn't help but notice. Do you put your own eyelashes on? I couldn't help but notice that. What does your boyfriend think of that? He think that's nice. Oh, you have a boyfriend? Yeah. Want another one? Watch him giggle when you say that. No, you doing too much. Can never do too much. Things like that. You're showing you're comfortable in your own skin. You're showing that it doesn't bother you one way or the other what happens there because you're comfortable. When you put this thing in yourself, I got to land this chick or I die. No. I have to talk to her and we'll get better about it, but that's it. Fellas, a lot of y'all, what you're showing is you're not comfortable in your own skin. When you're not comfortable in your own skin, you end up with the bastard baby making wore out, low down, run over single moms and the hoes and the hood rats and everything else. And that's what happened. Somebody said they're going to use that. That was good, Jay. Let me make some notes. I'm not telling you all what somebody else told me. I'm telling you what I do on a regular basis. There's a couple of females in here who have been with me in person and you've seen me do it. You know, I don't go anywhere without chatting the people up, especially if there's females. I don't go anywhere without doing that on a regular basis. Trap Queen, you've been with me. So, there's nowhere I go where I don't do that on a regular basis. So guess what? I don't have to learn on the job. I've been practicing. I do it all the time. So I know what to do. Y'all fellas, if I put you in the situation, you're going to fumble the ball. You don't know what to do. If you didn't practice with the girl at the drive-through window at Wendy's, that's why you don't know how to talk to that 10 at the Keith Sweat concert. You didn't practice with the checkout girl at the Burlington's coat store. That's why you don't know how to talk to that 10 at Bloomingdale's. You didn't practice with the chick down there at the front desk at the Hilton. That's why you don't know how to talk to that 10 out there on Miami Beach. That's the reason why. That's the reason. Focus on that. Start building those muscles. Start seeing this as a development in the skill set to learn. Do not tell yourself the lie that if you don't get this chick over here to respond positively and jump in your damn lap, it's over. Your job is, I'm just here to get a giggle. I'm just here to get a smile. That's it. We'll get phone numbers some other time. I'm just here to get a giggle. I'm just here to get a smile. That's it. You do that, there you go. Do whatever you want to with old girl. All I'm going to say is don't break no bread. If you do start laying up with her, enjoy the ride while it lasts, I suppose, till she moves on. But in the meantime, you need to be upgrading your value. Period, point blank, in the discussion. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm a really good listener, and I just I'm gonna implement. I'm gonna get over my fear. That's what, like you said, well, you're 100% right. I'm awkward because I'm scared. I'm scared of rejection. That's really it. And I already know why. Like I said, I'm 40 years old.
Of course you know why.
Huh?
Of course you know why. You didn't socialize as a kid. You don't socialize as an adult. You didn't gain these muscles earlier. Now your whole identity and your self-esteem doesn't know how to take some bumps and get some knocks to it. It's become real fragile. And what I'm saying is nobody has the right to hurt you, but if you want anything in this world, you can't be fragile either. You can't be fragile. You just can't. You're in a world that is too rough and tumble to be fragile in. So your self-esteem and your ego cannot be easily destroyed. It can't be. If it is, you are living in a world that will demolish you. And so far, you've been trying to protect yourself. For whatever happened in your childhood or your teenage years, you've been trying to protect yourself. And what I'm saying is you've done a good job protecting yourself, but in the process, it makes you fragile. And fragility will always have you afraid to become bigger. Yeah, because becoming bigger is painful. Yeah, it is. Becoming bigger is risky. It sure is. Becoming bigger means you're going to get knocked around. You're not going to get knocked around. You're going to get knocked flat on your ass. I assure you, coming out here will not just knock you around. It will knock you flat back on your ass. And you need that because you need to learn the most important thing that every man needs to know. Every man needs to eventually come to the confidence and the assurance that no matter what happens to him, he can pick himself back up again. You are afraid that something's going to happen that you can't pick yourself back up from. That's why you're worried. That's why all of you guys in your situation are scared. You saw other people who got knocked down and they didn't get back up. And now you're afraid that you will become them. I'm telling you, you can pick yourself back up. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Nobody's acceptance of you or rejection of you should destroy you. It's nice to have, it's cool to get, it's groovy, but it shouldn't destroy you, and you cannot allow it to do so. In the chat room, my man G, what did he say? If you go to one of these stores here, ask the sales associate what's their name, and then just tell them, what's your name? My name's Tiffany. I want the Tiffany discount. I tried that one here a couple of weeks ago, by the way. It's good for a conversation. So my man G is my man G is out there in the field. He's out there in the field. But fellas, going in 2024, man, new rule. We have to become socially dominant. We got to get outside. We got to start going to events. We got to start going places. We got to start meeting folk. And we got to start doing things, man. We got to start doing things. Those of you who are from the South, usually there's going to be stuff happening when it's snowing and things. But there's other places to be going, especially when it starts hitting springtime. Another thing right here, going out also means you're going to the gym. By the way, y'all got to have 6-month goals. It's November right now. Every single female in here should be beach body ready by May. Baby, you got 6 whole months. You got 6 whole months to diet and exercise. You're sitting up here trying to come up with your damn excuses for body positivity and holding that damn cell phone camera above your head. Trying to give everybody a bird's eye view selfie. Monique the Freak, if you don't stop. Anyway, you need to quit campaigning. Tell y'all this. That's why I gotta call her Monique the Freak, because every time I say something, she jumps up and does that. All these chicks sit up here and try to give you the sky view angle. I'm just letting you know, by the way, if you started now, by the way, my female fitness trainers just letting y'all know, be on call. And by the way, when fellas see that you are taking care of yourself in that way, nonverbal communication, when they see it's not a hustle, it's not a con job, when fellas see that, by the way, ladies, you don't have to sell this damn thing. It sells itself. You won't have to sell this damn thing. It sells itself. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to The Business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't joined our Patreon, the link is in the description. If you think I do it here, just ask my patrons what we do on the weekends. I got time to go in depth with people. They get levels that I don't talk about here because I can't talk about it here. But by the way, my patrons know what's up. The program, our last program there, the full one is on Patreon there. So I did put some of the some of the main parts of it here on YouTube. I did put it there, but the main program is over there on Patreon. So, and I think I got that available for everybody on Patreon. So if you're one of my patrons, no matter what tier it's on, the whole program there is available for you there as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program. I want to thank that nigga Pookie Jenkins. Thank you very much for showing us your support tonight. We appreciate that. I want to thank all of you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business, or your business will handle you.